every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Gondo ndo anatoka ana nke nyano nawo iba ya dino ogologo ndo aruike n'ọdụmma ibe ji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ibe ji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ịmara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-abụ nduzi na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka ebe echi anya ma mara na ya dị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ibe ya adịrị anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Sports Wrap here on Aneke TV today. I am your one and only sports oracle, bringing you the best of what it is in the world of sports, how it has been and how it is going, what is happening in the world of sports particularly. And today I just have this beautiful news coming through your way, and I'm talking about the guy who just signed his contract a few days ago back to Atletico Madrid. He went from Atlanta to Atletico Madrid. He traveled all the way from Spain, all the way from Italy to Spain, and now he is bombing it in the Atletico squad. Just like last night, he had to score a goal, and it was one of the beautiful matches he has had so far, and it was amazing watching Ademola Lookman yesterday play those beautiful games, beautiful football, and scoring a beautiful goal. Of course, he has done it. He did it when he played in the AFCON. Right now, as I'm talking to you, Ademola Lookman is on fire. Not that he is the pot that was kept on fire. He is actually the fire that has come to brighten La Liga's pathway. And I'm telling you that this guy is amazing. You saw yesterday in the match. If you actually did not watch the match, I am here to bring you what it is and how it was yesterday in the match that made Ademola Lookman a star and a superstar in the Spanish side. Remember, he already said that he is ready for Barcelona, that he is ready for Barca. And Barca, I don't know if Barca is ready for this guy, because this guy actually has proven that he is ready for Barcelona. We are looking forward to having this guy do something. Now, I want to bring it to you that Ademola Lookman played yesterday, and I've not seen the smile on Diego Simeone's face. I've not seen the smile. I've not really seen the smile because it's looking like he was just prepared for the new era that he has entered. And yesterday, he was dribbling. He was cutting. You can see in the picture, you see Anthony, the former Manchester United, Anthony Santos, and Ademola Lookman, both of them going head to head. Now, to bring you how it happened yesterday, I just want to show you a little stuff. Still on that yesterday, Ademola Lookman had to, play like he has never even touched the ball since he was born. I mean, this is to tell you that he has been playing in the spirit. Now he has come to the flesh to play, and you know what happens when you've practiced or rehearsed yourself in the spirit. That means when you come to the flesh, you're going to play a lot of good game. So yesterday, this guy had to be everywhere. He was everywhere. He was delivering. He was on point, and he was amazing. I can tell you that this guy was amazing. And nobody actually saw that coming, because everybody, like me, I was thinking, okay, at the end of the day and at the end of the road, there will be light. But Ademola Lookman came with the light, and he did not even come with the light. He came with the fire to burn, to tell the guys that this is how to do, and to show these guys this is how to do. They played 5-0 yesterday, and guess what? They were away. They were away. In fact, in that game, you would see that Griezmann also scored. Like, it was an open game that really brought a lot of crazy sensation to the team. Atletico Madrid, they performed so well that you'll be looking for them in red, but they're in blue, and that does not mean they are Chelsea, but they just had this ocean blue that really relates to the sky. Well, I can tell you that Chelsea fans are not serious, because sometimes they say the sky is blue. The sky is not blue. The kind of blue they're talking about that the sky is not the kind of blue they have on their shirt. Not even their goalkeeper has a blue closer to that. They just have a blue that is off blue, and that blue is deep blue, because the only place you can see that kind of blue is just in the ink. And no wonder they have been trying to print something, but it has not been working, to put something in the game, but it has not really been working, except until Rosenio came from RC Strasbourg and tried to organize the team. Well, I'm telling you that Ademola Lookman is the man that has the spice for Atletico Madrid. And big ups to the great Nigerian Bobo, because this guy has just brought the spice. He has just brought the whole thing needed for that team to flourish.
and we are expecting him to make more marks. He said he's ready for Barcelona. He's also ready for Real Madrid, and we are here and we are also ready for him. Just that I predicted that, due to the way football is and the way he plays, he could face he could have some injury, which may just be a little problem at the beginning, but we're going to see what happens at that. Now we are bringing you the newspaper headlines for sports today, and you will see on the newspaper headline that how Man United dropped the interest. I don't really know what happened about this, the collapse of interest, because I was actually thinking that Ndidi would basically, play for Manchester United, and he would be someone who will just take in while Casemiro takes the bow just in the end of the season. But it's looking like it's not really what is going to happen. But we just have to calm down and follow it as it is, because I am expecting a lot to change in the coming days. Just as Manchester United, they are not making any move for anybody. And from what is said, that these guys are already together. Well, I think Manchester United needs to upgrade the midfield, and not just upgrade the midfield, but to make it in a way that, looking at the play and looking at how it is, they really need a solid midfielder, and that is what it is. Still on the newspaper headline, we are seeing that Chiamaka Nnadozie had an interview where she said the 2026 WAFCON is not just a tournament, it is also a World Cup qualifiers tournament. From this tournament, teams will qualify for the 2027 World Cup. We have to go there and stay focused. She said that we have to go there and do what? And stay focused. Well, still on the newspaper headline, we have Sadiq sets unwanted record in Copa del Rey loss. Well, Ajibade's PSG suffer 9-point deduction. We're going to see why, but maybe not today, but just around as we look into the sport, the season, as we look into it, what is really happening. And Atlanta boss wishes Lookman well after Atletico switch. Well, if you are the boss who coached or who has such talent, who has managed such talent in Atlanta, I mean, talking about Atlanta boss and his relationship with Ademola Lookman, I'm talking about this too. If you had someone like Ademola Lookman in your team, Ademola Lookman looks quiet, he looks reserved, he looks very sharp and articulate. He looks very, very fierce when he was with the ball. He has already planned what he's going to do with this ball in the next minute, and he is a good player. So I really think there's no rift just here, just like everyone is trying to set up. There's no rift to see. There's no rift. Of course, we're going to see what happens. Still on the newspaper headlines, Chelsea, Abola says Chelsea should have signed him. Chelsea should have signed Osimhen. You are seeing it there. Well, Chelsea signing Osimhen may have been one of the best decisions they would make, because it is Osimhen going to the team. And we are actually asking a question, because we are asking a lot of questions right now. And it looks like we are being partial, but we are very truthful. I think Manchester United should even have signed Osimhen. Looking at how Bruno Fernandes has been playing and how he has been able to do a lot of assists, you could see that. I think Bruno Fernandes is the one that rightly fits Osimhen, because one thing I want to tell you about football and the midfield team, especially when it comes to people attacking the game and playing a good game, is that Osimhen going to Chelsea, I'm wondering who actually could play that pass that would just get this guy. Oh, we're talking about Cole Palmer. Cole Palmer is very good, and he's going to give that chilly reaction when he plays that ball. And you know that just the other day we saw in the news that Cole Palmer is looking forward to return to Manchester United. Well, Cole Palmer, he is looking, he is interested to return to the great club. But I don't know what's going to happen, but we're expecting that things are going to change in the coming days, and it's going to be very, very classic. And also looking at that, you're going to see that Cole Palmer is one of the best number 10 in the world, but he has not reached the aggregate or the contributions that Kevin De Bruyne, and I'm talking about people that you cannot take away. when you're talking about number 9, when you're talking about number 9, number 10, the relationship with number 9 is very, very, very special, because from number 10, the attacking midfielder, you see them. Okay, let me give you an instance. Now, talking about Abolanho, what Abolanho said. Abolanho, he has played for Aston Villa, and he has actually had some experiences just by playing the English league. Well, Osimhen is one of the best strikers in the world right now. I'm telling you, not because of just facts, but we are not checking football stats with just facts alone. We're also checking with the eternal facts that we have. And being the sports oracle, I can tell you that Victor Osimhen is not just a striker. He has a good attitude. He actually has a good attitude. Forget about the rift that he had with Ademola Lookman. Forget about that kind of, that little jibe that they had, that little tussle that they had. Not just a tussle, it was just a reaction. Well, maybe you didn't play well, maybe you didn't just do this well. I'm talking about that. Osimhen actually is very good. Now, bringing him to the team, Chelsea, what do you think will happen? Who do you think he will bench? He will bench everybody, because Osimhen will be the goalkeeper. Osimhen will replace the defenders. Osimhen will replace the midfielders. In fact, the only people that Osimhen will not replace are just two guys, Enzo Fernandez and Caicedo. Well, Caicedo being the number 4, he is very solid at Chelsea, and he delivers a wonderful game. Well, Osimhen may not even replace Cole Palmer, but looking at how this game is played, Osimhen will replace everyone else in the team except Estavio, because Estavio is special. He's a special talent. And Osimhen will replace every other person. Are you trying to compare Osimhen with João Pedro? No, don't just go there, because if you go there, I will take you back to history. That when João Pedro, he just got lucky under the new coach and started scoring, and he became a beast, and he has become a beast because he saw that it is needful for him to grow. And guys, people grow in this game of football. People make progress. They make special progress, and it is something that we are going to dissect in the coming days. Now, just bringing you this. Of course, when you say what is really happening in the world of sports, most where things are happening is just in the world of football, because football, is basically what you and I would just sit down to see. Other times it could be other sports, but today we're looking forward ahead on how it's going to be in the Premier League. But let's talk about the Nigerian Professional Football League. Let's talk about the Nigerian Professional Football League. There is this tension from the national body of the Football League, of course, and the NFF. There's this tension between Nigeria's underage players and also the people who are qualified to play. And not just the tension, there is also this tension between foreign-based players and the home-based players. Just like in AFCON, we had no home-based players. We only had foreign-based players. Even the one that was playing at home, when he was signed to a team in Europe, he went there. Immediately he went there, he was called to AFCON. And we saw the wonderful work that Erichele did. He did a good job by reinforcing the midfield, bringing in the likes of Iwobi, bringing in the likes of Onyeka, Frank Onyeka, and bringing in the likes of Onuachu. He actually had that passion for midfield where he played the ball, except the thing did not work against Morocco, really, because Morocco played wild. They played wild, not wild. They played wide. So yeah, they played wide, and it was so constructive because they were looking forward to. I remember many times they were just at our goal post, and many times we failed an attempt. But one thing I'm going to draw here is that for me, it doesn't really make it special to just come to people's front and want to dribble them. Please, you can shoot outside the box, and if you can shoot outside the box, all you need to do is to distract the defenders and distract the people. Just distract them and bring in one defender. Distract the defenders. You that is the number 10, you can come back and take the ball and shoot. You can't be a number 10 without proper shooting skills. You must know how to shoot it, but not like Odegaard, because Odegaard has missed a lot of shots. Of course, moving on from that, I'm not here to sub anybody. I'm just here to bring you what is happening in the update. But let's go to Nigerian Professional Football League. How it will be and how it is standing just this weekend. We have the table already set after match day 24, after match week 24, of course. where a lot of drama has happened, and let's just have how it is just in the match week 24. Then we have the most informed team so far, the team that has performed so well. They have really performed and they have given their best. Of course, these guys are special in what we are having right now. And also talking about the most informed team, you have Kanemi Warriors. They have just lost one game in 5 matches. They have lost one game in 5 matches. And also the next people are Plateau United FC. How will you have FC when you have United? Well, Manchester United Football Club. Well, I actually feel we can just do it United. Basically, we can do it United, and we'll be all right. Now, Plateau United, they just have they had two draws and won 3 games. Okay, they have 11 points, and Rangers International of Enugu. Rangers people have FC in your name. I don't understand, but it's fine. Let's just take it at that. Rangers International FC. They had just one in 5 games. They have lost 1 game. They have drew 1 game, and they're on the point 10. They are the number 3rd. And the Barrow FC. Yes, we have these guys in their performance. They drew 3 games and they won 2. They are 9 points. And Warri Wolves lost 2 games and won 3 games. They are the 9 points. Let's see how the Premier League, Nigerian Professional Football League table. Let's see how it is. And you've seen that Rivers United is still topping the league so far. And Nasarawa United FC are just number 2. And you see Rangers International FC, our own Rangers. These guys are pushing weight. I want to give a round of applause for Rangers International Football Club of Enugu. We are in the Coast City live on Aneke TV, bringing you what is happening, and Rangers are making us proud. And Rangers are just below Nasarawa United FC with just 19 points. Of course, it's just 19 points, and we are going to see what is going to be at the end of the day. And Nasarawa United and Rivers United FC, they are just gapping each other with just 1 point. Yes, Ikorodu City is number 3rd on the list. Is number 4th on the list, while Abia Warriors are really pulling. I never expected these guys to. Of course, you know that there has been this reinforcement around the managerial and administrative side of football, especially in Abia State, which has made it to be so special, of course. And we have seen some improvements and some things that has happened. Well, that is so good for the football game, not just the playing, not just the tactics, but we have to also look at the administrative side. And that is what Nigerians, that is what the MPFL and individual clubs has to focus on, the side that we need to focus on. And moving on from that, we have Niger Tornadoes. These guys are really making a round of applause. That El Kanemi Warriors that has been informed, they are actually the number 9 on the Nigerian Professional Football League table. They're actually number 9. And you have seen their performance so far and what it is going to be. Let's see the fixtures for tomorrow and the match day 25. Of course, let's see the fixtures for tomorrow, how it is going to be. We have Bendel Insurance are going to play against Enimba on the 7th of February, and that's tomorrow. Then on 8th, that's on Sunday, we have Rivers United FC Barrow versus Barrow FC. The match has been postponed. That's the PP you were seeing there. Nasarawa United versus Bayelsa United FC. Abia Warriors versus Rangers International FC. And Kano Pillars FC versus Remo Stars. And the Wiki Tourist versus Castina United FC. And the Ikorodu City versus Niger Tornadoes. Plateau United versus Kwara United. Warri Wolves versus El Kanemi Warriors. Kun Khalifat FC versus Shooting Stars. Now, I think that is how it is so far in what we're expecting in the league and how it is going to be in the league just this season. I mean, just tomorrow and next tomorrow. Now, let's take a little look on what it is in the foreign football scene, where we have some of those guys are playing, and we are talking about our own Nigerian, the Nigerian goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali. Stanley Nwabali has said that he will not continue with Chivas United. He will not continue with Chivas United because of not just because of anything, but he wants to try his luck. Let's have Stanley Nwabali. Stanley Nwabali, he was on the goal for the Super Eagles on their adventure in the AFCON, and he actually performed at his best. Of course, he delivered, and he had some I think the best performance Stanley Nwabali had to put up was against Egypt, where he saved Mo Salah's penalty. That was basically one of the best performance one of the things he would put on his CV. Now, he said there's a letter, thank you Stanley Nwabali, from Chippa United FC, of course. This is the letter they had to wish him well as he moves to the next phase of his footballing career. And that is what it says. Now we want to see how it's going to be in the Premier League football just this season. I want to see how it's going to be in the Premier League football as it is in this season, and how it's going to be this weekend, because we're expecting some great matches to come our way. Let's see how the Premier League is going to look just in the neck of the day. On today, Leeds United are going to face Nottingham Forest. Man United are going to face Spurs by 12:30 tomorrow. Tomorrow, yes. And Arsenal is going to play against Sunderland. That's the league leaders. Bournemouth against Aston Villa. Burnley versus West Ham. Fulham versus Everton. Wolves versus Chelsea. Wolves should actually not win Chelsea, but you will see what will happen, because I am your one and only sports oracle. We're going to see what Wolves will do. I will not tell you. When I come on Monday, I deal with that, because Wolves, they're going to play great football tomorrow. Newcastle are going to play against Brentford, and Brighton, they're going to play against Crystal Palace. Liverpool, Man City on Sunday. Young people, young guys, our audience, are you ready for this game? Liverpool versus Manchester City is the game of the weekend. And when I come on Monday, I'm going to bring you how it is and how it happened. On behalf of my production team, I want to thank everyone for being here to see how we are bringing you to see the information and to watch our sports show and commentary here on Aneke TV. I am your one and only sports oracle, thanking you for watching. Have a wonderful morning. See you same time, same station, as we resume on a Monday sports. Have a wonderful time. Bye.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we wear fades, but what we are at our core remains.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The struggle for power, loyalty and leadership has remained a recurring theme throughout history. One literary work that vividly captures these realities is Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Julius Caesar is a political tragedy set in ancient Rome. The play centered Julius Caesar remains a timeless reminder that power must be guided by wisdom, loyalty, and responsibility.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV, your trusted stories to the major stories making Nigeria and the global community today. I am Deborah Wakuba. Glad to have you join us. Now moving over to the headlines. President Tinubu orders massive military deployment following deadly terror attack in Kwara State. Court directs British government to pay €420 million compensation to families of 21 coal miners killed during the colonial era. And Senate explains decision on electronic transmission of votes. And on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump defies diplomatic convention, publicly endorses Japan's Prime Minister. And on business, federal government unveils comprehensive master plan to resolve Nigeria's electricity challenges. And now to the news in details. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ordered an immediate military crackdown in Kwara State following a deadly terror attack in Kaima local government area that has claimed over 160 lives. The directive followed an emergency security briefing at the State House where Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak briefed the president on the attack in Woro village, where residents were reportedly killed for resisting forced indoctrination by terrorists. Governor Abdulrazak, who visited the affected community, described the incident as a mass killing and said the death toll rose significantly after the search and rescue operations. He announced that emergency responders had been deployed to provide humanitarian assistance to survivors while displaced residents were receiving urgent support. In response, President Tinubu approved the deployment of a full army battalion and the launch of Operation Savannah Shield, a special military operation aimed at neutralizing the attackers and securing border communities. The president reaffirmed the federal government's resolve to protect lives and prevent further attacks. The United States President Donald Trump has confirmed that the United States worked in close collaboration with the Nigerian government to carry out airstrikes on ISIS targets in Sokoto on Christmas Day. Speaking at the National Prayer Breakfast in Washington, D.C., President Trump said the operation was conducted in coordination with the Nigerian authorities, noting that the strikes were aimed at degrading the capabilities of ISIS militants operating in the area. He said the airstrikes were intended to decimate ISIS fighters accused of killing large numbers of Christians in Nigeria, adding that the timing of the operation was deliberate. President Trump announced that although the strikes were initially planned for another date, he personally directed that they be carried out on December 25th, Christmas Day. According to the United States Department of Defense, the airstrikes were executed at the request of the Nigerian government and resulted in the killing of multiple ISIS terrorists. President Trump had earlier announced on December 26 that powerful and deadly strikes had been launched against Islamic State militants in northwestern Nigeria, following warnings to the group to halt attacks on Christian communities. The Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Aneke, has commended Enugu State Governor Dr. Peter Mbah for his support to security agencies in the fight against crime. He made the commendation during a courtesy visit to the government house in Enugu as part of his walking tour following his appointment. Air Marshal Aneke said the partnership between the Enugu State Government and the Nigerian Air Force had improved operational effectiveness and contributed to the prevailing peace in the state. He praised the pace of development in Enugu, describing the governor's leadership as transformational. Governor Mbah described the air chief as a distinguished son of Enugu and assured him of continued collaboration. He said joint security operations had dismantled criminal hideouts and stressed the state's policy of combining security with economic development through agricultural and land use reforms. The Defense Headquarters has dismissed reports of foreign troops operating on Nigerian soil, clarifying that Nigerian security cooperation with the United States does not involve foreign military deployment. The Director of Defense Information, Major General Samaila Uba, made the clarification in Abuja. He said the partnership is focused on intelligence sharing, training, logistics, support and capacity building with full respect for Nigeria's sovereignty. The clarification followed the recent security summit involving Nigerian and U.S. officials on counter-terrorism cooperation. The Defense Headquarters assured Nigerians that all international military engagements are guided by policy and constitutional provisions. It reiterated that the Nigerian Army forces remain fully responsible for protecting the country's territorial integrity. Kaduna State Government. Uba Sani has received 183 residents of Kumin Wali community rescued after spending 19 days in captivity. The victims were freed following a coordinated operation by security agencies and reunited with their families. The governor said the rescued persons would undergo medical examination and psychological support while staying in temporary accommodation. He assured them of government assistance, including financial support and livelihood restoration programs. Governor Sani pledged to strengthen security in the affected areas through collaboration with security agencies, traditional rulers, and religious leaders to prevent future incidents. He said the state remains committed to protecting lives and property. Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has been publicly recognized at the 74th National Prayer Breakfast in Washington, D.C. U.S. President Donald Trump acknowledged her presence, describing her as a respected leader during his address. President Trump highlighted her roles in public service and faith leadership, noting her participation in the high-profile gathering of global leaders. The recognition placed Nigerian international diplomatic focus at the event. The visit forms part of Nigeria's ongoing engagement with the United States and underscores the country's representation at key global forums involving faith, leadership, and diplomacy. 13 senators led by Senator Naya Abaribe have denied reports that the Senate rejected electronic transmission of election results. Addressing journalists in Abuja, the lawmaker said Clause 60, subsection 3, supporting electronic transmission was passed. Senator Abaribe said the Senate and the House committees agreed that electronic transmission remains the preferred option for Nigeria's electoral process. He stated that the provision was adopted without opposition during plenary. He explained that harmonization of the Senate and House versions is ongoing and urged Nigerians to remain vigilant. The final bill will be transmitted to the President after ratification of the vote and proceedings. A member of the Northeast Development Commission, Mr. Sam Onibo, has urged state governors to allow direct allocation of funds to local governments. He commended Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum for implementing financial autonomy for councils. Mr. Onibo said the control of local government funds by state has weakened grassroots development and democracy. He stressed that council chairpersons are unable to deliver projects without financial independence. He called on governors to align with constitutional provisions and the federal government's reform agenda, saying true development must begin at the local government level. The Independent National Electoral Commission, Aneke, has announced the registration of 2 new political parties, bringing the total number of registered parties in Nigeria to 21. Aneke Chairman Professor Joash Amupitan confirmed the development yesterday. The newly registered parties are the Democratic Leadership Alliance and the Nigeria Democratic Congress, with the latter registered following the Federal High Court order. Aneke said all requirements were duly met. The Commission warned political parties against internal crisis, noting that leadership dispute threatened constitutional order. Aneke said it will enforce compliance as preparations for the 2027 elections progress. An FCT High Court has warned former pension reform tax team chairman Abdul Rashid Maina that his bail may be revoked over delays in his 738.6 million naira fraud trial. Justice Abubakar Kutugi issued the warning following repeated adjournments. The judge ordered the trial to proceed regardless of Maina's absence after rejecting medical excuses without proof. An EFCC witness testified on alleged diversion of pension funds through fictitious contracts. The court heard that over 30 properties in Abuja and Kaduna were linked to the alleged fraud. The trial continues as the EFCC seeks forfeiture of the assets. Residents of the Apugo community in Enugu State has protested alleged encroachment of their ancestral land by the Nigeria Police Property Development Company. The community said the land was awarded to them by a 2023 High Court judgment. Protesters accused the police of demolishing buildings and erecting signposts for a proposed school despite the court ruling. They warned that the action undermines the rule of law. The Nigerian police said the land acquisition followed due process based on document from the Enugu state government. The dispute remains unresolved as both sides maintain their position. An Enugu High Court has ordered the British government to pay €20 million each to families of 21 coal miners killed during the 1949 Eva Valley massacre. Justice Anthony Onovo ruled that the killings were unlawful and violated the right to life. The court held the British colonial administration liable and ordered formal apologies and compensation totaling €420 million. The judgment also directed publications of apologies in Nigerian and UK newspapers. Justice Onovo ordered the federal government to Nigeria to pursue diplomatic engagements with the British government. The ruling affirmed that historical human rights violations remain justiciable under Nigeria's constitution. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on our social media platform, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu orders military reinforcement in Kwara State after terror attack. Court orders British government to pay €420 million compensation to families of slain coal miners. Senate clarifies resolution on electronic transmission of election results. And coming up shortly, Donald Trump breaks diplomatic tradition, backs Japan's prime minister. And on business, federal government unveils electricity sector master plan. We'll be right back. Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Still on the news. The U.S. President Donald Trump has publicly endorsed Japanese Prime Minister Senator Kachi ahead of Japan's snap general election, an unusual move that departs from long-standing diplomatic convention. In a post on Truth Social on Thursday, Trump described Takachi as a strong, powerful and wise leader, praising her record and leadership at a critical moment for Japan and the wider Asia-Pacific region. The endorsement comes amid deepening U.S.-Japan cooperation on trade and security. Takaichi recently led negotiations that eased trade tensions after Washington threatened tariffs of up to 25% on Japanese goods, securing a revised deal that lowered the levies to 15% alongside a $550 billion Japanese investment commitment in the United States. Both leaders have also aligned closely on regional security, particularly on military spending and deterrence in the Pacific. Takaichi has maintained a firm stance on Taiwan, drawing criticism from Beijing, while Trump has emphasized closer defense cooperation. The U.S. president has announced plans to host the Japanese prime minister at the White House on March 19, signaling a renewed phase in bilateral relations. Israeli prosecutors have charged Bezalel Zini, brother of Shin Bet chief David Zini, with aiding the enemy in wartime, following an investigation into alleged Gaza smuggling network. The indictment accuses the 50-year-old military reservist of exploiting his assets to move contraband into Gaza during the ongoing conflict. Authorities allege that Zini smuggled about 7,000 packets of cigarettes into Gaza in exchange for more than $117,000, knowing the goods would be sold in inflated wartime prices and that indirectly benefits Hamas financially. Investigators say the ring also trafficked electronics, including mobile phones and vehicle parts, by posing as personnel on official military assignments. The Shin Bet has clarified that its director, David Zini, is not under investigation and has no connection to the case. Zini's legal team has denied the charges, arguing that applying terrorism laws to cigarette smuggling is excessive as the case proceeds through Israel's judicial system. The United States and Russia have agreed to restore regular high-level military-to-military communication, reopening a key channel aimed at reducing the risk of miscalculation between two nuclear powers. The agreement followed talks in Abu Dhabi between U.S. General Alexis Grinchquich and senior Russian defense officials. U.S.-European Command said the renewed dialogue is intended to manage rising tensions and prevent unintended escalation, particularly as incidents involving airspace and naval encounters have increased in recent years. Former military contact had largely ceased before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The moves comes as the New START nuclear arms control treaty approaches expiration, while Washington has criticized aspects of the agreement. Both sides are reportedly exploring interim measures to maintain existing limits on strategic warheads while discussions continue on future framework. Ukraine and Russia have completed a second round of U.S.-brokered peace talks in Abu Dhabi, resulting in a large-scale prisoner exchange involving 314 soldiers. The swap carried out at the Ukrainian border marks one of the most significant humanitarian outcomes since negotiations resumed. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff described the talks as constructive, while Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky confirmed that preparations are underway for a third round of discussions. Kyiv has reiterated that any broader agreement must include credible security guarantees. Despite diplomatic progress, fighting continues along the front line and major issues such as territorial control and the future of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant remain unresolved. Both sides have signaled cautious optimism as talks continues. The United States and Iran are holding high-level talks in Oman amid heightened regional tensions and warnings of possible military confrontation. The U.S. delegation is led by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, while Iran is represented by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Washington is pressing for restrictions on Iran's nuclear activities, missile program and regional influence, while Tehran insists discussion focus strictly on nuclear issues. The talks follows months of rising pressure, including U.S. military deployments in the Middle East. Regional international observers are watching closely as the negotiations are widely viewed as a critical test of whether diplomacy can prevent further escalation between two long-term adversaries. And now to business news. The federal government has unveiled a new strategy to strengthen Nigeria's gas-to-power value chain, positioning natural gas as the cornerstone of the country's energy transition. The plan includes the creation of a National Gas Infrastructure Command Center to monitor and manage gas assets nationwide. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, Mary May Abo, said The initiative aims to address structural weaknesses and resolve debts owed to gas suppliers, which have constrained investment and power generation capacity. The government says the reforms will also support industrial growth, expand access to cleaner cooking fuel, and ensure Nigeria's vast gas reserves translate into affordable energy and economic development. The Dangote refinery has warned that reliance on coastal shippings for petrol distribution could significantly increase fuel prices. The company says sea-based logistics and substantial costs that ultimately burdens consumers. According to the refinery, transporting fuel by sea attracts port and maritime charges that can add about 75 naira per litre, potentially pushing pump prices close to 1,000 naira per litre if widely adopted. Dangote officials say road-based gantry loading remains the most efficient option, noting that local refining has already reduced pressure on foreign exchange demand and helped stabilize fuel supply. Now moving over to sports. Abia Warriors chairman John Obu has declared that the club's target for the season is qualification for continental football. Despite recent mixed results, the team remains within reach of the top position of the NPFL table. Obu said the club's recent signings were aimed at strengthening the squad for the final stretch of the season, with several matches still to play and key points available. He urged players and technical staff to maintain focus and consistency, stressing that securing a continental ticket would mark a major milestone for the club. Still on sport, Nigerian footballers have made notable moves in the January transfer window, signaling renewed ambition on the global stage. Ademola Lookman's switch to Atletico Madrid has been widely praised as a step toward elite competition. Several other Super Eagles players also secured transfers to top European clubs, reflecting growing confidence and demand for Nigerian talent. Analysts say the trend underscores a shift towards prioritizing competitive development over short-term financial gain. Super Eagles goalkeeper Stanley Wabali has become a free agent following his departure from South African club Chippa United. The club confirmed that his release was granted after a formal request. Wabali rose to prominence during the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations, where his performances attracted international attention. With interest reported from multiple clubs, his next move is expected to be decided in the coming weeks. Global live streamer Kai Cenat has returned to Nigeria to assess progress on a school project he pledged to support in Lagos. The initiative follows his earlier visit to Makoko, where he highlighted challenges facing local schools. Funding for the project was raised through online campaigns, turning his digital influence into tangible community support. Cenat also paid a courtesy visit to Lagos state officials, reaffirming his commitment to educational development in the area. Still on entertainment, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has faced public scrutiny after video from a state anniversary event circulated online showing an awkward interaction with the First Lady. The footage sparked widespread commentary on social media. Reactions have been mixed, with some observers criticizing the moment while others urged restraint and context. The governor has previously spoken publicly about his appreciation for his wife, though the incident has continued to draw attention. Veteran Nollywood actor Chiweta Lago has sparked online discussion with a video celebrating his wife's support and dedication. The clip shows everyday moments from their life together. Agus used the video to caution younger men against mistreating their spouses, emphasizing the long-term value of mutual respect and care. The message has resonated widely, with many viewers praising the actor's advocacy for healthy family relationships. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories for this morning. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the immediate deployment of additional military forces to Kwara State following a deadly terror attack in parts of the state, as security agencies intensify efforts to restore peace and apprehend those responsible. A British court has directed the United Kingdom government to pay a total of £420 million sterling in compensation to the families of 21 Nigerian coal miners who were killed during the colonial era. The Senate has clarified its position on the electronic transmission of e-votes, explaining the circumstances surrounding its decision and reaffirming its commitment to credible and transparent electoral processes. And on the foreign scene, former United States President Donald Trump has broken long-standing diplomatic conventions by publicly declaring support for Japan's Prime Minister, a move that has generated widespread international reactions. And in business news, the federal government has unveiled a comprehensive master plan aimed at addressing Nigeria's long-standing electricity challenges and improving power supply across the country. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us on our social media handles: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakuba. Thank you for watching.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as JAPA. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and backing, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
As technology continues to advance, artificial intelligence is finding its way into every aspect of our lives, including education. But as school experience with AI teachers and virtual classrooms, one question remains: can we trust AI to educate our children? Today we hit the street to find out what Nigerians think.
I wouldn't trust AI to, they educate, but they can inform. There's a difference between education and information. Education is like training, taking over. You have a teacher in school. You should listen to your lecturer. It's not about what somebody says. Well, this is garbage in, garbage out. Even those of us who use computer know that at a stage computer gets confused on which word to put. The same thing applies to those of you who use Google to travel. At a stage, Google can carry you to another place. So you can consult AI when the need arises. It's especially for research work. If you are writing your project now, there are things you want to get to know. You ask AI. AI will tell you. You put it in your work. Or if you are a student, for instance, or you are doing a research, not that things you are supposed to learn in school, then you drop it and AI will take over.
Yeah. Because it's more understanding than anything. It's more they are more understanding.
One thing there is that change is the only thing that is constant. In this era, if you say that you wouldn't want your children to learn through AI or whatever, that means you don't understand the extent that AI is going. Yes, of course, they must have to learn through the use of AI, but that cannot replace the involvement of human beings, because AI may be efficient, but it doesn't have that empathy that human beings have. So there are certain things embedded in nature, made by God himself, that no technology can reproduce, and those things are why we cannot ignore certain other things that must be brought in even as we use technology. But as for whether I would want my children to imbibe the AI stuff, that one is certain, because this is the era for it. A lot of things are now being done using AI.
I prefer human being. AI is a robot. It's not everything that he knows. But human being, naturally, there are some things he explained. It's not just how do I put it? It's not. It's sometimes you ask questions and human being explain with nature. But robot don't know anything about nature. He cannot explain. It's only what he thinks is better. Let me just say, most of the time, ask AI a question, he will say he don't know it. But as a human, once you are educated and you exist, you just have a little reference to what someone has, even if you cannot tell the full detail of that, but you can give out something that the person will hold on.
I trust AI to educate me because it's an artificial intelligence which can make you to be what? To be computer literate, that will guide you, and also you can use it to empower yourself in order for you to be financial dependent. It can lecture you into technology aspect of life, which you can use it to produce a lot of things and be useful to yourself. I don't think that there is any negative side of it, because for my children, it helps them in solving their homework, which there is artificial AI, that is artificial intelligence app that is in my phone that will help my son to do some of his homework by himself in mathematics.
AI, there is the human factor. AI is not as calculative. AI cannot calculate, okay, this is what you need. For example, when you say my educational level, you mean as like different professions now. So for example, in medicine, AI does not know, AI does not have experience. So AI cannot train me according to what's happening in real life situation. It only has intelligence. There's intelligence and there's real life circumstance. So AI can't give practical examples. The negative side, I realize maybe it can make people become lazy, because every little thing people now jump to AI. It can reduce their intelligence quotient, because what makes people intelligent is stress their mind to think more. So AI can make people stop thinking, and which is now reducing their intelligence quotient, which means that whenever there is no AI, they can't function properly.
I prefer human beings to educate my children, because I think they foremost had a knowledge about education. AI just came like a year ago or 2 years ago. In as much as, yes, the world is internet based and AI is what is the main issue right now, but I would still prefer a human than AI. Concerning our society these days, the children these days are so internet inclined. So, and we parents these days are trying to be very, very careful with what our children see online. So, if my child is above 16, I can trust AI. But below that age, I wouldn't want to, because of what is in the internet these days.
The opinions on AI education are mixed. While some see it as future of learning, others remain cautious. One thing is clear: as technology shapes our classrooms, the conversation about trust, qualities, and human touch in education is only just beginning. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Thank you for joining us today. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, begins with joy, begins with love and purpose, and of course, bringing you today's daily dose of brightness, joy, and love. I am Deborah Wakaba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or even in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful Friday morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and of course, today is Friday, 6th February 2026, and of course, we've got that power-packed morning for you today here on Sunrise, where we've got our latest news, what's trending, our weather report, and of course, that special Sunrise vibe to help us start our day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and on today's Sunrise, we'll be starting with our quote of the day, with words that are inspiring, words that are thoughtful, words that offer insight to whatever we do to keep us well focused, stay motivated, stay well driven, and also to start our day right.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headline. All the key news update that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, debated, and of course, tasty.
Yes, and right after that, we'll be giving you our weather reports covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out. So if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And let's wrap things up by bringing to you the man of many parts, the sports oracle, the commissioner of enjoyment, and then the man that calls himself the mental mechanic, of course. And will not stop without bringing you news updates to guide you with your investments.
Alright, now we'll be moving over to our quote of the day with words that are thoughtful. And today's quote is coming from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, who is a famous or well-known a literary artist, and also in her quote she said, being a Nigerian is a full-time job. You have to be alert, you have to be resilient. And also I'm going to take that quote again, coming from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, that her quote says, being a Nigerian is a full-time job. You have to be alert, you have to be resilient. And this quote coming from Chimamanda is emphasizing that living in Nigeria requires constant effort and awareness. Everyday life demands alertness because citizens must continually navigate economic, social, and security challenges that makes even simple tasks complex and unpredictable. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your thoughts on this quote.
Okay, the quote from Chimamanda Adichie for me is perfectly captures the Nigerian situation. Yeah. And, you know, she says being a Nigerian is a full-time job. But you have to be alert, you have to be resilient. And there's no better way to put it. She understands, you know, from being a Nigerian, lived in Nigeria, and then experiencing a different world altogether. She now understands what it means to be a Nigerian. And then she perfectly, you know, captures the survival spirit of Nigerians, telling you that being a Nigerian is a full-time job. What does that mean? You, as a Nigerian, each and every moment, you are an engineer. You think like an engineer. Yeah. The next minute, you're the driver. Beyond that, you are, you know, you're the security. You're security conscious of the environment. So for you to navigate Nigeria, you have to be at full alert every moment, every time. And that's what Chimamanda, you know, means by telling us that, yes, that is a full-time job. And indeed, it's a full-time job because walking on the road, you are the traffic officer, you are security conscious, and without being alert in Nigeria, wow, how are you going to survive? So she, you know, has experienced this firsthand, and she understands what it means, you know, being a Nigerian. Then speaking to resilient, a number of times as a Nigerian, you have to encourage yourself by yourself and for yourself. You don't wait for anybody to encourage you. When you are in a society where you know, more often see and witness societal failures, you just have to encourage yourself. More often people come back from failed ventures, failed businesses, not because they failed, but because the society, it has not provided the enabling environment. The basic things that government, that society needs to provide for you is not there. But Nigerians in their resilient nature will tell you, we move. That's the Nigerian thing. You will move. They just laugh over it, and the next morning they wake up, they encourage themselves, they move. And so it's a full-time job indeed. You can't just, it's beyond being a full-time job, because you're sleeping, next minute you want to be aware if NEPA has taken the light. Beyond paying the bill and all that, you want to make sure that there is light. You have to be able to manage and regulate your consumption, so that you don't shoot beyond your finance and then the light goes off. And while you walk on the road, a lot of issues. When you hear the sound or a bang on the gate, you readjust. You don't know if the big boys are coming. So there's a lot to be a Nigerian. And Chimamanda, captures it quite well when she said being a Nigerian is a full-time job. You have to be alert. You have to be resilient. And it's only a Nigerian that can understand this quote.
So in simple terms, or in essence, what Chimamanda DJ is saying also, that to live and succeed in Nigeria, you have to, or you must constantly think, you must constantly adapt, and you must also endure. And that strength is what makes you, or what becomes part of you, and also what becomes part of the Nigerian identity. And also while you're doing so, while you're living with your full-time job, while you're being a Nigerian, while you're being resilient and adapting to certain things or certain climates, also keep in mind that each new sunrise is a platform, is an opportunity where we grow, where we learn something new, or simply stay present in whatever we do. Now let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts across our social media handles, across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, or at Aneke TV. And up next is our weather report for today.
Yes, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today.
We'll be starting off in Oka today. Waking up in Oka, you feel toasty. Morning temperatures start warm and rise into the low to mid 30 degrees Celsius before noon. There is a slight chance of a shower or patchy rain in the early day, but mostly your skies will be partly cloudy to sunny as we move into the afternoon.
And good morning, the core city. Here in Enugu, rise and shine to clear cloudy skies with the heat building quickly. The afternoon might bring isolated thunderstorms or light showers, so keep an eye on those clouds. Great for weather graphics.
And in Abakaliki is typically one of the hottest spots this season, and today is no different. Skies mainly dry with a hot sun beaming down. Scattered clouds may form later, but rain is minimal. It's a perfect day for sunglasses and cool drinks.
And over to Imo State. Good morning, Owerri. Owerri will be warm and tropical. Lots of sunshine with clouds drifting by. The afternoon could bring some widely separated thunderstorms, giving the classic tropical feel. Humid, hot, and dramatic. Thunder rumbles contest smiles contest. You know the drill.
And lastly in Umahia, the story is sunny and warm with just a whisper of humidity. A stray cloud or small shower can be ruled out, but mostly expect dry skies and rising temperatures through the afternoon.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light. But do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we'll be taking a look at our papers for today, starting from Punch, Nation, Vanguard, and the Daily Trust newspaper.
And joining us this morning, as always, is Mr. Res, our in-house analyst. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to see you this morning after your visit or your interaction with the Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Uche. We're all there, I think, talking about Southeast Development Commission and the way forward to 2050 vision for the Southeast development. Yeah.
And the interaction with Vice President, I think you're still smelling a bit of Aso Rock.
Well, that's it. That's for those who align very much with Nigerian factors. I'm spending Aso Rock, yes. And because at least a handshake was...
There's no doubt asking how Nigeria is treating you, because I can attest to the fact that yes, Nigeria was good to you. And also joining us this morning as well is Mr. Good Hope, the man of many parts, the mental mechanic, the sports oracle. Mr. Good Hope, it's a pleasure to have you here on Sunrise.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
It's all right.
Alright, now moving over to our papers for today, starting from the Nation headline. The Nation paper that says terrorists killed Kwara villagers for refusing storage belief. And on the Punch paper, the Punch is saying Kwara massacre, UN condemns killings as Turkey pledges support. And on the Vanguard paper, the Vanguard newspaper there reads 2027, majority of senators want real-time result transmission. And on the Guardian newspaper, on the Daily Trust rather, the Daily Trust paper says we are still burying the dead inside Kwara massacre. Now I'll be starting today's paper from the Punch newspaper. The Punch newspaper that says Kwara massacre, UN condemns killings as Turkey pledges support. In global response, the United Nations and several countries have strongly condemned the brutal attack in Kwara. Secretary General Antonio Guterres denounced the violence, offering heartfelt condolences to victims, families, and pledging solidarity with Nigeria's government in the fight against such extremist violence. Turkey also weighed in, calling the massacre heinous and pledging to support Nigeria's security efforts to root out terrorism and help stabilize community at risk. The international push to support Nigeria's security forces comes as the federal government reinforces military operations on the ground, trying to prevent future attacks and protect vulnerable villagers. Mr. Alta, I would like to know your take.
All right. Seeing this headline one more time is quite disheartening that Nigerians are being cut short, in their own country when we are not officially at war, speaking to the level of insecurity in Nigeria. still at this moment, despite every effort and rhetorics and actions that we are being told is being marshaled out against these insurgents, these Islamic terrorists who, are terrorizing this nation. Look at what's happening in Kwara State. Look at what's happening in Castina. Look at what's happening in Niger. And where is Kogi State? So it doesn't leave much to be desired that people die in their numbers that will fail our citizens. And it's more worrisome when you take into account that there's pre-information about this attack that happened in Woronuku communities in Kema local government areas of Kwara State, where the official number is that we lost 75. The unofficial number is way beyond hundreds, and it's quite pathetic. Even more pathetic is the fact that we were told that the security agencies were notified 10 hours before there was a response. The Nigerian military has come out to say that there was a response, but 10 hours. 10 hours. And when they responded, what was the nature of that response? We are rightly informed that they didn't engage because by the time they arrived at the scene, the attackers had already left the community. It's quite unfortunate that it's a community where we were told that they were military base for at some point. After the military were attacked, they had to abandon base, taken away, and then only for these Islamic terrorists to come back and attack the same community. So it leaves a lot to desire. However, while I have a lot to say on this, let me bring in our in-house analyst, Mr. Res Arum, on this very issue.
Oh, Uche, Mr. Chair, it is disheartening. It is disheartening to hear that Nigerians are being mowed down in their numbers in their own very country. And we still say we have a government in place. And our government continues to say they're ready to protect lives and property. And I'm wondering how they are going to protect lives and property when they are not proactive, when they have information about certain situations and they don't act immediately to forestall such an event as the one that happened in Kama local government area of Kwara State. It is unfortunate. Well, what we want to say, since after the bombing in Sokoto, the terrorism attacks on Nigerian communities have increased. The attack on communities, kidnapping, they have all increased in their numbers. And one is wondering if, the terrorists were also awakened from their slumber by these Tomahawk missiles that destroyed their base in Sokoto. And they are now going about the communities in Nigeria and attacking people, killing, maiming, destroying, property, life, and kidnapping many. I am wondering what it will be like, and we are preparing for an election, and insecurity has geared up. Not just geared up, it is reaching a level that we are beginning to think that maybe the government of Nigeria and our security agencies are incapable of containing their excesses. Because you can see each time the government is saying, oh, we are getting them, we are making headway, we are getting the insecurity situation down and so on. Before you spell Jack Robertson, another strike has come, and it will be in the numbers. And we have not even been told that about 177, some of who have joined back their families, some of who ran away from them, we have not been told that they have been, gotten back. The remaining, kidnapped persons have been, we have not been told. And now this is inquiry. And we have numerous other ones that are not accounted for, that are not, covered by the media. because these things are happening in very remote places in Nigeria. So where do we go from here? Who built the cat? America said they have sent some soldiers from the United States to Nigeria. And we don't even know where they are and what actions they're going to take. And there's a minute number of soldiers. And look at Turkey. We had a discussion with Turkey, we had a bilateral arrangement with Turkey, talks, just a week ago or more. And then Turkey is now pledging that it will help. But you see, talking is one thing, doing is another. Our expectation is that not just talking, let them actually come in, to make in advance what bilateral relationship in security areas that we have had. Let them, take action in advance. If they are going to supply arms, if they are going to bring in, they are one of the best manufacturers of drones. Let us use drones to track these terrorists wherever they are in the Niger forest. If we do that, then the information will be clearer for the security agencies to, get to wherever they are, based on the application of such a drone technology. But here, we have not seen anything yet. People are talking and talking, United Nations everywhere, which means the problem in Nigeria is getting to a level that the entire world, wants to come in and help. That is to say that the government is becoming incapable of containing the situation.
The government is becoming incapable of containing the situation. There's no doubt about that, given the numbers that is being, accepted by the government. The number is 75, according to the Governor Abdulrazak, that yes, while he was having a tete-a-tete with the president, that he was 75, but the unofficial figures is way beyond that number. But Mr. Reyes, is it no more worrisome that there was a call 10 hours before the call, was made around 5 p.m. Then response came around 3 a.m., in the morning, and we are being told that there was no interdiction by the Nigerian Air Force. The plane came and nobody went after these people. Mr. Reyes, what does that say to our preparedness to tackling these issues when we are told that yes, the U.S. Troops are on ground and would operate by the dictates of the bilateral agreement that they have and in respect to Nigerian sovereignty?
Okay. You see, how long does it take for a flight, a Boeing flight, normal passenger flight, not an Air Force plane, to go from Abuja to the United States? How much? You say about that 10 hours. So it means that maybe the Air Force command that were expected to come for a rapid response were coming from maybe South America, China, Asia, or what have you. It's not even an Air Force plane that's coming from somewhere Egypt or somewhere UK that will take about 6 hours. You see, so, and you're asking, is it about protocol? Is it protocol? Is it a breach in command? Why is the information, stalled in the process? The information stalled. The command couldn't give the direct command immediately for a rapid response until the terrorists were gone, until they have done all the damage. And they want us within the media angle to indict them. We are not going to orally indict them. We are not a court of competent jurisdiction that will do the indictment. But the indictment of the masses will continue to follow them because they did not do the right thing. we are talking about a plane coming within Nigeria that should have been there within the highest time should have been 1 hour. And if you were called at 5 something, within 1 hour you would have stopped the terrorists from doing so much damage.
Now, Mr. Rice, what we are witnessing is here as a result of wanting to be politically correct in the eyes, or given the fact that we are approaching the next election, because in Nigeria now the talk and everything is geared towards preparation for another politicking. And I want to ask, do you think that those in authority who are supposed to make decisions around these issues are wanting to be seen to be politically correct and not tackle what we've come to see as a jihad, being that we are officially told that this attack was as a result of these citizens not wanting to toe to the dictates or the preaching of these Islamic bandits, terrorists, jihadists, by whatever nomenclature that one may want to use, simply because they refuse to abide and accept their own interpretation of Islam, which they saw to be awkward, unacceptable to common sense and in human interaction.
You see, those vested with responsibility have ignored and jettisoned that responsibility. And you can see that the claims, we're beginning to see that the claims of jihadist outbursts in Nigeria is becoming more real than, the counterclaims. Because the counterclaims has been that there is no genocide in Nigeria. If there is any killing, it's a killing of the masses, Islams and Christians inclusive. But we are beginning to see that it has that connotation, religious connotation. And we are beginning to see that these fundamentalists are beginning to do things based on their Islamic standard, Islamic, what do I call them, jihadist ideology, So Nigerians, the world should know that, of course, the government of the day has been almost nonchalant about it, because many of them are even thinking about how to politic and get back to their juicy positions. When I call it juicy positions, of course, we know that the National Assembly of Nigeria is among the most paid in the world. That those in America and even UK do not receive as much money when it is translated to the international currency. So most of them are interested in how to maneuver their ways and go back to even the National Assembly, and then those who will be appointed into positions of authority where they now possibly, because of the inherent corruptive tendencies in the Nigerian state, they are being alleged to be siphoning Nigerian money instead of putting them into judicious use. So that is a problem. Nigeria must make a U-turn, and the U-turn must start from individual Nigerian. It must start from you. It must start from me. We will have to have a rethink on how to better this country. Otherwise, I am not a prophet of doom, but I am beginning to see a failed state.
That's quite pathetic, and something we all pray that it never happens. Yes, like you did say, these are traces of a failed state. But I want to ask again, before I let you rest on this issue, we've seen where the president, has instructed and ordered the deployment of a battalion to this scene, and we've seen the IG of police setting up a tactical unit, special tactical unit, to equally, go to the scene as well, and the whole international community, the UN, Turkey, and the rest of them are condemning actions when it comes to these killings that happen. And then the Northern Senators Forum is even proffering more solution, recruitment of more personnel into the security agencies, the expansion of armories and all that. And Mr. Rice, I see all this as reactionary. What can we do to stem the tide so it never happens again?
That is exactly what I have been shouting. And each time this kind of issue comes for discourse, you see, when you are supposed to walk and stop things from happening, what you do is take, action after it has finished, after it has, happened, after people have been killed, after property worth millions, multiple millions have been destroyed, and people are being buried, in their numbers. Oh, wow, that is too bad. For a government that is what is Union, that knows its responsibility, that knows that security remains the utmost thing the government has to do before any other thing. Security of lives and property. It is a primary responsibility of any government in any given society, organized society. So what are we talking about? But they have not acted. Sending a battalion. We have always had situations where the security persons, the commander-in-chief, react to these things, sending people. We are going to bring them back. We are going to, for those kidnapped. But for those who have died, are you going to wake them up from death? No. Sending these people, will it wake those people up from death? It will not. At the end of the day, they are dead and buried. And, manpower lost, materials, intellect, and so on, has been lost through those persons that has left the planet Earth. Those people are no longer going to contribute any quota in the building and the development of Nigeria. So how do you get them back? You cannot. And you see, sometimes I'm even surprised that they even owned up that it happened, because sometimes they want to deny. They want to deny, after which some people will come out to tell us it happened. So, and probably it may be because of doubts, doubts that could make them deny that they did not respond early enough. Maybe that was that, because they may not have agreed that the calls made across were real. The calls made across were meant to save life and property. They may be thinking it was a fictitious call from nobodies, and so on. And because many of these people are, in the comfort of their homes, doing certain things, raising for themselves, and some of their families are not even resident in Nigeria. Some of them have sent their families out of this country, and so on. So they are always staying in this country with one leg. If anything, severe or diverse begins to happen, the next available flight will take them away. And many of them even holds dual citizenship, which is even against the law. But here we have people who have had a governor that has dual citizenship of America and Nigeria. We have had people with dual citizenship in government, which is even not, held by the law. When you have dual citizenship, you are not supposed to, contest for elected positions and so on. So these are all the problems that we have in Nigeria. I wonder, or I wish that the Nigerian people will rise up to the occasion to one day make a demand on the system, asking those vested with this responsibility what they are doing. Because you have the resources to fight insurgency. You have the resources to get the arms. You have the resources to get the drones. You have the resources. You have how many satellites in orbit? And how many of them reports about the goings on in Nigeria? How many of them? From where? Do you get them? If we do, then probably we must be able to know exactly when these things are happening. These people are moving in their number. Does it mean our satellites do not zoom into the cities and find out those moving with machines and all that in the bushes? Are we saying we don't? I think there's much more than what we are talking about. There's much more than that. I don't know. Do we begin to think about sabotage? We think because people are now being accused of financing terrorism in Nigeria, and we are beginning to see that even those vested with responsibility of governance had been involved, because the present arrangement of former Attorney General with the son is beginning to point at something like that. We are not saying it has happened until they are indicted by a court of competent jurisdiction, but the allegations are already there, and which means that there are several other allegations yet uncovered.
All right, thank you very much. Here on Sunrise, while we commend the actions of government in deploying a battalion to the community and to stab the security around the areas, we encourage the government to do more in becoming not just reactionary, but we should be preemptive to see that such occurrences are, mitigated or curtailed. While we commend the actions of our security agencies in these situations, but we still make a demand that we feel that somebody should be held accountable when these issues happen or reoccur in communities that have been prone to be susceptible to such attack.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now we're moving over to our next paper, coming from the Vanguard newspaper, where the headline says, majority of senators want real-time results transmission. Now, for some team politics, in Abuja, a big debate is heating up around electoral reforms for the 2027 general elections. A group of senators, including voices from several parties, insist the Senate actually did support a provision for real-time electronic transmission of election results when amending the Electoral Act. They want results from each polling unit to be sent instantly to the central portal for transparency and credibility. However, confusion has blown up, with some reports saying the Senate rejected the mandatory real-time clause during the bill's passage. These lawmakers are pushing back, and saying the Senate did vote for electronic transmission, and they're committed to seeing that provision through all legislative stages. Mr. Ocha, I'd like to know your take.
Okay, Mr. S, I will bring you right into this fray because there's an ongoing debate again as to what was agreed upon and what was passed. We've seen press conferences by senators saying that it was not what was agreed, that the Senate President, passed. They make direct accusation at the Senate President with a lot of clarification. But before we dive into this, let me call for the video where the Senator Enina Baribe was making some remarks concerning this issue.
To put the records straight, yesterday the Senate did not, I repeat, did not pass, transfer, of results, which was in the 2022 Act. What we passed, and which the Senate President himself, when he was doing a clarification sitting on his chair, is transmission of results. What you read is what we passed. Transmit, not transfer. What is in 2022 is transfer. And we don't want a law that is vague. We don't want a law that will be misinterpreted by anybody. We want a law that is clear, concise, and can be interpreted by all, and that is unambiguous.
We had about 27 different sessions all across the country. As a committee. Yes, as a committee. And therefore, some of us find this very, very careful.
All right, Mr. Reyes, you've seen the issue here now. You heard the senator speaking on the same issue, another controversy emanating from the hallowed chambers, where we are seeing that what was agreed upon, what they said to have passed, is transmission, but what was now, we're seeing in probably is a transfer of result that is retaining the part of that 2022 amendment bill, electoral bill, that the section 60, subsection 3, that empowers INEC to decide on the modality either by transfer or transmission, but is now the prerogative of INEC to decide, which was why the courts in 2023 election were unable to decide on the modality of, either transferring or transmitting the IRF. Mr. Rice.
You see, a few weeks back, another controversy was raging, and the controversy was on the tax law. And the assemblymen were saying that it's been doctored, that the tax law was doctored. And now, there's yet another controversy about electoral amendment bill. You can see the senators, Senator Abaribe, Senator Abdul Ningi, and a host of others. They were saying, and they were even granting an interview inside the hallowed chambers of the Senate, that what they passed was clear and unambiguous. That what they agreed was clear and unambiguous. But at the end of the day, there's yet another controversy of inserting what has not been agreed upon. It is funny. We are beginning to see a whole lot of fraudulent ideas by even those people we had trusted to represent us. People were elected and believed by their constituencies to be trusted persons that will represent the interests of these constituents. And today, we do not know who has done what. But we might generally say that some people are out to sabotage Nigeria. Out to sabotage Nigeria and Nigerians. An issue that had caused a whole lot of problems during the last election. There were litigations upon litigations. The Supreme Court could not say that, could not interpret transfer as transmission. Yet, transmission was done, but they say the glitch came during the transmission of the presidential result. now begin to think that somebody out there is planning to do the same thing and to, of course, put another glitch in the system. Let them completely remove that particular clause from the table of Aneke. Let it be a spelled out law so that transmission must be a must. Aneke must do everything within its capability to ensure online transmission of results from the polling units, from where the votes were cast. And then we'll be sure of transparency. We'll be sure that there is accountability in what they have done. We'll be sure that anybody who wins at the various polling units, actually, who controls the votes from the greatest number of polling units, is the winner. So why do they want to leave a lacuna? Why do they want to leave a loophole for people to begin to say if it had been this or if it had been that? Very simple law. And look at the senators, they all agree to do that. And somebody, even the same president was denying that they did not, but they know exactly what happened. So we should begin to query those who scripted this, who scripted the bill that was passed. We look at those who scripted it, starting from the clerk of the house to the number of other persons who are writers in that hallowed chambers, to find out who did what. Somebody must be accountable. Somebody must be named. Somebody must have doctored what was passed. So, and if we do not do that, then it means that the center cannot hold, can no longer hold. According to King's All Apart, Achebe, Professor Achebe said it, that the center can no longer hold. So the center can no longer hold. Who will now do the needful? I don't know if the security agencies, anti-graft, anti-this, anti-that, ICPC, if they have the power, the legal power to begin to look at some of such fraud. Because it is fraud. It is fraud to remove what was agreed and insert what was not agreed. That issue is one of the most important issue about the amendment of that electoral act. It's one of the most important aspects of the amendment. And now we have controversies about it. So what is going on in Nigeria? If we are now beginning to see fraud through lawmaking, in the process of lawmaking, then we're going to see fraud basically in everything in Nigeria.
All right, so Nigerians have started to react to this whole issue because it meant a lot to Nigerians. A lot of Nigerians have been agitating, waiting for this very amendment, this law to back transmission of results. And one of such, public figures that have reacted is Obi Ezekwesili. Let's hear what Obi Ezekwesili did. We'll just take the first part of our reaction because it's a long memo that she did to the Nigerian Senate.
Yes. Okay, now the memo from Obi Ezekwesili to the public memo to Nigeria's senators and the political class at large, saying know when to stop playing with fire. The wisest and free advice that the Nigerian Senate at NGR Senate as well as the House of Representatives at House NGR can receive from all well-meaning citizens of our country now is to know when to stop playing with fire. Nigerians mostly see the Senate as an ignoble and withering institution that delights in deliberate betrayal of public trust Our lawmakers at large are well known for consistently prioritizing personal and partisan interests over constituent welfare, blocking or watering down reform legislation such as electoral reform, anti-corruption measures, constitutional amendments for devolution of power. Their selfish custom of inflated budgetary allocations for the legislature while public services collapse, a pattern of confirming clearly unfit nominees for executive positions in exchange for political favors, and several other perfidious actions at the public expense. The Senate yesterday voted against a proposed amendment to make electronic transmission of election results mandatory in the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, and they proceeded to try to deceive Nigerians by claiming that it did not reject electronic transmission. What the Senate did yesterday is worse, and their denial is disingenuous. Let us dispense with euphemism and double-speak. What the senators did in that closed plenary session yesterday was retain and critical clause section 60 of the Electoral Act 2022, specifically subsection 5, with the current wording. The presiding officer shall transfer the results, including the total number of accredited voters and the results of the ballot, in a manner as prescribed by the Commission. By deliberately retaining the vague language that leaves the method and timing of transmitting election results to discretion of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), rather than requiring real-time uploads from polling units, the Senate has once again weaponized ambiguity in our electoral law.
Alright, so that's just the first part. It's a very long memo. There's a second part to this memo, but in all, the position of Obiel Ezekwesili cannot be, detached from the sentiments of most Nigerians to this issue. And when you even listen to most of the senators that has spoken to this issue, that has granted interviews, you know that there is confusion, there is distrust, mistrust, and a whole lot of rising, scales concerning this very bill. And I want to ask Mr. Rest, we are told there will be a harmonization between what the House of Rep has passed and what the Senate, has equally passed, that there will be a harmonization. Is there any chance that at the end of the day, that there could be an amendment to these very words? Because the issue here is between transmission and transfer, and backing it by law instead of leaving it at the prerogative of INEC.
Okay, presently Nigerians are reacting. The bill has not been signed into law. Remember, it is still remains as a bill. The bill could be revisited through a motion. It could be revisited through a motion in the Senate and in the House of Reps. So there are chances of making a further amendment. It is not final. It is not as if the Supreme Court has spoken. It's only when the Supreme Court, even sometimes when Supreme Court speaks, people could reapproach the Supreme Court to make other statements, even reinterpret their position, and it is done. So we do not see, it is not final. And now that Nigerians are out to demand what they truly need to ensure that the election will be free, fair, and credible, and will, see the persons, true persons that people voted for, to come to be elected, so that Nigerians will begin to feel that votes now count. Because apathy and all that has been as a result of the fact that vote does not count. And what deters Nigerians from believing that, deters Nigerians from voting during elections is because they believe vote does not count. That when they vote, that the votes will not be the actual vote that will be decided by INEC, or that will be presented, or the INEC will, call the actual result. So Nigerians are not happy. They want that electronics, that's the technological position that will help the election to be freer and fairer. So transfer becomes ambiguous. Look at what Obio said, that it is ambiguous, and many others, including Abaribe. You have just left the thing at the discretion of INEC. INEC discretion. That is why they came out to tell you there's a glitch. But when it is a law, they have no excuse whatsoever to give you. And if there's any glitch, it means what has been done is a nullity. The courts will know that it's void, from dead on arrival. So, but want the Supreme Court to begin to do some interpretations that will favor one person against the other. No.
All right. That's quite in-depth and quite but let me ask, without this very, amendment, speaking to that section of the Electoral Act 60 subsection 3 that speaks to the who, has the right to decide either to transfer or transmit from the polling unit. Can we have a fair, credible, and acceptable election come 2027?
Yeah, we could. We could have a fair, free, and credible election, but that is still dependent on the personality of the chairman of INEC. If the man who is sitting at the helm of affairs of INEC decide, because somebody was in NECO, now INEC, Humphrey Wosu, he organized an election that was adjudged the freest and fairest election in Nigeria, and there was no electronic transmission. The results were collected and they were fair, and everything was transparent. So the person vested with the responsibility of seeing that election through might as well, if he has no skeleton in his cupboard. Of course, some people have said that the professor Amokete is a gentleman, a son, and he knows his onion. But who knows if the factors that are inherent in Nigeria will not sway him? That is how we could have a free, fair, credible election without that clause.
All right. Finally, on this very matter, before I let you go on this very situation that we're witnessing, is here an indictment on the quality of opposition that we have in Nigeria at this moment, bearing in mind what APC did while they were in opposition? At this time, one should expect, as it was in 2015, we heard the voice of Lai Mohammed ringing in our bedrooms, giving room for a sterile opposition. So I ask, what does it say to the quality of opposition in Nigeria at the moment?
When you talk about quality of opposition in Nigeria, you see all the members of opposition, many of them have skeletons in their cupboard. And if they come haywire against the policies and positions of government, there will be, there will be chased around. Of course, the government will use the instruments of power to silence them because of the skeletons they have in the cupboard. If we have the likes of Peter B. still, of course, he's been talking, and they have not seen anything to go after him with. That is the problem. If we have many of the likes of him, if we have many of the likes of him, Patu Tommy and others, of course, nobody will go after them, and the opposition will come full blast. But the way it is that the opposition is, the opposition now is heavy. Look at the way people are talking. If you go to the social media, if you go to the orthodox media, everywhere, people are discussing about this fraud in the National Assembly. because it is nothing but a fraud. If you people agree on one thing and then you come to insert another, is it not fraudulent? It should be seen as a fraud. Of course, it may still work, exist as an allegation that is alleged because somebody did, but somebody must be accountable. That's why I said earlier that you must look into that, those writers from the clerk down that did all the writings and put it up as a bill, to look at who did what in that bill. If the senators are speaking that they are sure of what they passed.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll continue to look at this issue. I know that Nigerians will not give up on this very issue and continue to make news headlines. We'll continue to look at the Senate and see what the decision at the end of the day will be. But moving on, let's look at another developing story here in Enugu, where we were told that Justice Anthony Onovo of the Enugu High Court on Thursday ordered the British government to pay 20 million each to the families of 21 coal miners killed in Enugu State in 1949 by the colonial master under the superintendent of then colonial police, F.S. Philip, that more than 21 coal miners in Eva Valley in Enugu, with 51 said to be injured as at the time. Mr. Reyes.
Yes, during the colonial era, coal miners were killed. If you get to the roundabout
Near New Market Junction, you will see a sculptural work which is a representation of that malady, where coal miners who were, seeking for their rights were mowed down by British government. British government, who the government in charge of Nigeria at that time. I am surprised that it took us this long to go to court and seek. And how is that going to be implemented? It's not about making the case in Nigeria. I wish they had been in the international court. Nigeria would have gone to international courts on that matter so that it will be effectively and efficiently done in such a way that it will be enforceable. But all the same, it could still be enforceable through the instrumentality of the law, international law. The court said they should be given 20 million pounds, not naira, 20 million pounds to the families of the people mowed down during that protest and that action, which it was a trade dispute, a common trade dispute. It's like, that is why labor people are always serious about making demands from a system, from their employers. You see, these people are people who go underground despite all the odds to excavate this coal, and sometimes some of them die. Sometimes there are accidents, coal from the top hits them, and upon all that, in the course of asking for their welfare, they ordered that they should be mowed down. That is disaster. It is not good.
Shot in cold blood.
In fact, they do not deserve to be killed. But somebody who had no conscience, who I could say, I do not know the kind of word I used to describe, but I feel such a resentment that even a prince caught alive at war would not have felt.
about the killing of these innocent miners. So it is an issue. It is starting. Let's see how it goes. But I believe that the British government will be so communicated, through the proper channel of the international legal system. And by the time they're able to pay £420 million, I think it will, well, the Nigerian government was even seeking for reparation of the days of the old when our kids and kin were sold in slavery. The white men came here, took our people away to work in their plantations in the various parts of the world. And we are still seeking for reparation because what they did was awful, it was bad, it was wrong, it was detestful, and of course that is why the triumvirates in the United States at that time decided to ensure that such an act should be forever stopped.
All right. That's quite apt. You've taken us through memory lane. And while immediately I heard this news, I remember the Osadebe. Remember that track by Osadebe? Olibo. I don't know how to sing it, but I remembered quite well. He documented that part of our history. This, like you did mention, these are men who are just asking for an improved condition of service, protesting poor and dangerous working condition, asking for their wages. Remember that at this time there was disparity, what we call racial disparity in terms of wages. The West African laborers, or today Nigerian laborers, were paid differently at this coal mine. They were far apart from what was being paid to their European counterparts, and they were arrears that were not paid, which they were demanding legitimately, and then somebody deemed it worthy to open fire on these very innocent, hardworking Igbos, Nigerians, as at this time, in November 1949, and it's quite disheartening. But for me, I feel that yes, these judgments quite monumental but very symbolic as well, even if at the end of the day we were not able to get hold of this 420 million pounds, 20 million apiece, that the statements have been made. The soul of these hard-working Africans, Nigerians, Igbo men will be at rest, that at the end of the day somebody was able to stand in for them and hold the British government to account about their heinous crime in Enugu State. Iva Valley is so worrisome, so pathetic, but I am quite happy that we have a court and a learned justice who was courageous enough to say enough, and that a bad thing should be called out and said to be bad. So that's why I said that judgment is quite monumental, but in all symbolic, that an injustice has been clarified and seemed to be righted, even though the amount cannot bring back this individual, the family, the pain they must have gone through throughout this period. But be that as it may, I say kudos to the courage of this judge to have gone into this very issue, because we have witnessed a situation where a lot of judges will chicken out and pass the file to the Chief Justice for onward review and order. But be that as it may, yes, at the end of the day, I believe that the soul of these innocent workers will begin to rest in peace.
Amen.
Yes. And then moving on from that, we'll hand you over to the man of many parts, Mr. Goodhope, the sports oracle, to let us know what's happening in the sports world this morning.
All right, thank you very much. Well, in the sports world, we have Ademola Lookman moving from Atlanta to Atletico Madrid, where he scored on his debut yesterday. And yesterday's match, he has joined the 100 club goals. Like he has joined 100 club goals. What this means is that he has scored 100 goals in his career, and that was the goal he scored yesterday that brought him to 100 goals. Now, still moving on from Ademola Lookman, after that wonderful performance, we have our very own Standing Mabali, who was the goalkeeper for the just completed AFCON for the Super Eagles side. It said that the Chipa United team where he's playing, that he would be leaving that team just at the end of the season, and they released a statement wishing him well and bringing him to, trying to release memories, and also telling him everything he has done for them, which they are actually, it is important that we as footballers or as sports people do well wherever we are, so that we can have such commendation while we're about to leave our club. I want to bring you very fast what is happening, or what is going to happen in the Nigerian Professional Football League this weekend, as it is going to happen just this weekend. What's going to happen in the Nigerian Professional Football League, how it is going to be, and the matches we are expecting. Of course, you know that Rangers are on the third position of the Nigerian Professional Football League, and we are expecting them to also move on. This is the most informed team so at the moment, and we are just talking about how it's going to be match day 25. The match day 25, how it's going to be. Bendel Insurance are going to play Enyimba FC, and you will see that Rivers United are going to play Barrel FC. That's on Sunday. Nasarawa United now going down to our very own Enyimba. We're going to see that Wiki Tourists are going to play Castina, Ikorodu City, Niger Tornadoes, and Abia Warriors are going to play against Enyimba International Football Club of Enugu. This match is going to take place in Abia, in Abia State on Sunday, and we're expecting Enyimba to keep climbing their ladder and keep playing well. Now, also moving over to the English Premier League, how is going to happen just this weekend. Of course, we have a star match of the week. I'm going to show you as we are expecting it to be. We have the star match of the week. So how is going to happen this weekend in the Nigerian Professional, in the English Premier League? We have Leeds United playing against Nottingham Forest. Leeds United playing against Nottingham Forest, and on Sunday we're going to have Liverpool playing against Manchester City. We're going to have Liverpool playing against Manchester City. We have Spurs playing against Manchester United, and we have Arsenal playing against Sunderland. We have Bournemouth playing against Aston Villa, and of course Wolves are going to play Chelsea, but that match is going to be one of the matches we have been looking up, because Wolves, they are really struggling to come out of where they are. Now, the star match of the week, like I've told you, is Liverpool against Manchester City on Sunday by 4:30, and that time is actually 5:30. Right. So you must make sure you follow that match. Of course, it's Liverpool, so Mr. Uche wants to, because he's his team, so he wants to win that match. But I'm not sure Manchester City are going to let Liverpool have that win. Of course, it's going to be a draw game, or Manchester City could win just 2-1 or 2-2. Of course, Manchester City team is not really the fantastic team so far. We expect Liverpool to have more goals, but we're going to see what happens at the end of the day.
You can never walk alone.
Yes, we'll comment on that on Monday, but kudos to Lookman for scoring and assisting in his first appearance for Atletico Madrid. Yes, but don't drag me into that conversation now till Monday. We'll see how the match pans out, and that's it. Moving over to the business update, we're starting from the Nigerian stock market. Yesterday, February 5th, 2026, the Nigerian stock market sustained its positive momentum, where the Nigerian All-Share Index ASI surged by 1.18%, closing at 170,035.36 basic points, while market capitalization grew by 1.27 trillion naira to settle at 109.13 trillion naira. This rally was largely driven by gains in the oil and gas sector and renewed interest in the banking sector, particularly First Holding Company, which saw a significant buyback following its recent balance sheet cleanup. And we'll move over to the market stock gainers, where we saw the market board based with 55 stocks advancing. The top performers were Seplat Energy, which closed trading yesterday at 7,370 naira, making a positive plus 10 adjustment. And we saw Coronation Infrastructure Fund closing at 110 naira, equally in the plus 10 positive adjustment. We see Guinea Insurance closing at 1 naira 43 kobo, equally making a positive plus 10 adjustment. And we see IRT Briscoe closing at 11 naira 49 kobo, equally making a positive 9.95% adjustment. And the fifth on that list is Nemet Pharmaceutical, which closed its book yesterday at 11 naira 10 kobo, making a positive 9.90% adjustment. And looking at the overall top 5 losers yesterday, where we saw that despite the overall bullish sentiment, that 19 stocks recorded losses. The most significant were the declines that we saw at Deep Capital Management, which closed trading yesterday at 6 naira 20 kobo, making a negative 9.62 adjustment. And they are followed by Universal Insurance, which closed trading yesterday at 1 naira 44 kobo, making a negative 9.43% adjustment. We are seeing Resta Express equally in the negative 9.04 adjustments by closing at 15 naira 60 kobo, and UPDC equally in that fray, closing trading yesterday at 5 naira 30 kobo in negative adjustment of 7.02%. And giving you a total summary of the market, where we'll see that activities were driven by Access Holdings, which sold over 106 million shares yesterday, between them and Zenith Bank. And then we know that the oil and gas index next sectorial gain up over 4%, while the banking index showed resilience as value investors bought the dip in tier 1 banks. Then moving over to the Naira performance as at yesterday, which we know that the Naira showed signs of recovery and stability across both the official and parallel market, supported by improved liquidity and steady crude oil prices. We are seeing that in the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, the Naira gained ground against the US dollar, closing at 1,348 naira 50 kobo against the dollar. This represents an appreciation of approximately 0.8% from Wednesday's closing rate. And moving over to the parallel market, which many people call the black market, where we'll say that the parallel market remained relatively stable with a slight narrowing of the premium compared to the official rate. The exchange rates traded between 1,420 naira and 1,435 naira against the dollar. When we look at the market sentiment, it is said that traders noted a reduction in speculative demand as the Central Bank of Nigeria continues periodic interventions to satisfy retail demand for invisible, speak to PTA, BTA, and school fees. This liquidity, we are seeing FS liquidity is as a result turned over at the official window, so a notable increase, crossing the $250 million US dollar mark yesterday, as foreign portfolio investors showed renewed interest in high-yielding government securities. And that is it for the business updates this morning.
All right, thank you very much for that. And now this is where we call it a day here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Please do not forget to follow us across our social media platforms, across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, or Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. It's always a pleasure having you on our show every morning. I am Deborah Wakuba.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Res Arum, for those in-depth, passionate analysis on issues in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Uche.
All right, and to you, Mr. Goodhope, thank you for those post in-depth analysis on football, and see you on Monday as well, when we'll see you celebrate the winning of Liverpool over Manchester City.
Thank you very much, but that match is not going to be a win game.
All right. And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all the crew here on Sunrise at Aneke TV, we'll say thank you for watching. Till we come your way on Monday, stay tuned and keep watching Aneke TV. Bye-bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The struggle for power, loyalty, and leadership has remained a recurring theme throughout history. One literary work that vividly captures these realities is Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Julius Caesar is a political tragedy set in ancient Rome. The play centered Julius Caesar remains a timeless reminder that power must be guided by wisdom, loyalty, and responsibility. Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Oru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals, at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebelled Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. But before we proceed, we apologize for the break in transmission. Those are due to technical errors, and we are happy to be back, and thank you for joining us. Today, on The Insight, we look at the state of the nation. Today, Nigeria as a nation stands at a crossroad that feels all too familiar, yet more urgent than ever. We are in February 2026. The year the government promised would be the year of delivery. After 2 years of belt tightening, the data from the central bank tells us the macro economy is finally stabilizing. GDP is creeping up to 4.3%. The naira is showing resilience we haven't seen in many years. But statistics don't eat and they don't vote. While the spreadsheet in Abuja show progress, the reality in Wuro village in Kwara State is one of fire and mourning following the recent massacre. While NNPC debates the viability of our refineries, the average Nigerian family is still calculating the cost of a bag of rice against a shared electricity bill that is no longer fully subsidized by the state. With the 2027 elections already casting a long shadow over the National Assembly and a fresh debate over Electoral Act threatening to shift the goalpost once again, the question today is simple. Are the pains of reform finally yielding a harvest, or are we simply treading waters before next storm? Today, we are joined by Chime Emmanuel, a public affairs analyst, to dissect the state of the nation. Maisa.
Thank you very much and good morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to have you on the
Thank you. I'm quite obliged being here with you.
All right. Yeah. Let's just get straight into it. Yeah. And let's start with the current issue in Nigeria today. And we're speaking to electoral reforms, where we are being told that the National Assembly has rejected the mandatory electronics transmission of result in 2026 Electoral Act Amendment Bill. And I want to ask, when you heard this news, what was your reaction?
My reaction is that, the decision of the National Assembly will not be different from that of the opinion or the decision of the leader, the principal of National Assembly, that's the Senate.
Come again.
I say the decision of the National Assembly wouldn't be different, from the personality. The decision of the personality of the principal of National Assembly, the Senate.
Okay.
And so what I mean here is this. Remember, build up to 2023 general election, while primaries were on everywhere within different political parties, Akpabio that we have today as our Senate president, rightly contested for presidency. I hope you know too well, right?
Sure.
Contested for presidency, that's within APC primaries. And so he forfeited the right, according to our constitution, he forfeited the right to contest for Senate, all right? Because the two primaries happened during the same occasion. Akpabio did not contest for Senate primaries.
Okay.
And so Akpabio today is our Senate president. How did he in the first instance made it to the Senate? That is the question that is yet a puzzle for legal scholars in Nigeria, even outside Nigeria, to detect how Akpabio made it to the Senate in the first instance. So who made Akpabio the Senate, a senator, to the extent of becoming a Senate president today? From not from not contesting, not buying form for Senate at all, for Senate primaries at all, to becoming a senator. The person that was instrumental to making Akpabio finally now said that Akpabio was the one that won a primaries election. That Akpabio did not contest in the primary, he didn't participate in it. Kekerikun, our today sitting CGN, was instrumental to it. Our former CGN, that's Aliwola, happens to be instrumental to it. And today Akpabio is now blandishing different policies that he knows is totally anti-people. Now, when we take it to Electoral Act 2022, then you remember that 2022 Electoral Act made everything so dicey. It's more like you have the document, you have the template with you. So do to it whatever you so wish. If you choose to play to the right, that's your own choice. If you choose to play to the left, it's your own choice. And so that was what Yakub Mahmoud rightly told us in the last election, after last election, when we are questioning him on what had played out. He rightly told us prior to the election, he told us that Aneke was going to transmit in the real time. That was exactly what Yakub rightly told us, the former Aneke chairman. He said they're going to transmit in the real time to IREV. Alright? And so we agreed with them. But after the elections, we started asking questions. And so Aneke now came up with another narrative. They said that it was a policy guideline. It was a guideline. It wasn't constitutional. And going to the court to go and contest whatever that happened in the last election, the court told us, the court could not hold Aneke based on what they use. Based on their own guideline. The court could not hold them. Meanwhile, the constitution was very clear. Constitution gave INEC that prerogative to decide whether they will transmit electronically in the real time, or they will transmit using manual process of collection of results. And so that was why we entered into the ditch that our democracy entered into. And INEC declared our sitting president today. Right? And so we begin to ask, why was it that it was only the presidential results, election results, that couldn't get transmitted, but every other ones that was done the same day? Remember, the presidency and that of a presidential result and that of National Assembly, both chambers, we are done the same day and we are all transmitted, but only the presidency failed to be transmitted.
We were told there was a technical glitch.
No, that technical glitch that they told us about, why did it not affect National Assembly results?
But nobody could dictate what happens with technology.
No, because I participated in the election, you should know.
Okay.
I was at my own polling unit, I casted my vote, and everything were being transmitted, simultaneously.
Okay.
There was no one that were, kept letter to be transmitted later. No, all the votes were casted at the same time. It wasn't something like you cast this particular one, it's going to be uploaded, and you wait, then you cast another one. No, it wasn't. It was all done simultaneously. Remember, when we are talking about beavers happen to be an equipment that including America is using. We didn't have our own. We didn't design our own. So if the best of the world are making use of it and it is working for them, they are not telling stories about it. Then what failed us wasn't the machines, it wasn't the equipment, it was the human involvement that failed us.
No, but
and so what we are now talking about is
just hold on a bit. But hold on a bit. These are weighty allegations, and it's been proven over time. When it comes to technology, you cannot dictate how these things function, especially when you cite United States of America, for example. These are different environments which play a big factor on how technology functions, and these issues have been tested in court, and we all agree that yes, there was a glitch. There are different opinions to that, but coming down to February 2026, we are speaking to the issue of the 2020 electoral amendment, and you want us to understand that the leadership of the Senate cannot separate themselves from the bill. But it wasn't just the Senate president, because he's just one among equals. It is the Senate generally.
I hope you know,
in their wisdom, voted against that.
I hope you know that what we have today is APC Senate that bears Nigeria coat of arms. I hope you know.
No, I don't.
No, that's exactly what is happening now. That's my word. I'm not putting it to you.
Yeah, that's my opinion. But the pass on grad is that we have oppositions.
No, let's come. We don't have oppositions in the National Assembly again. I hope you know.
I know there are members of the PDP and Labour in ABC.
No, maybe you are not following up with the current affairs as it is playing out in the Senate.
Okay.
On daily basis, every market day, in numbers, they are driving into APC.
No, but it doesn't mean that we don't have opposition.
Now, how many of the oppositions? What's going to make up your voice to speak and say, no, this is not going to be, or this is my opinion? Did you know that we had an opposition? That was an opposition, the voice of Senator Natasha. Did you know what she felt? Did you know the kind of fate that she faced?
That's it.
Now, but let's drag it to the center here. There was never a proven ground that Nigeria or that IREV encountered technical glitch. It was only accepted by those who, what we have in Nigeria today is not federal character. We have in Nigeria today a captured federation. Federal capture, that's what we have. Our judiciary have been captured, and it is no longer a news.
Those are weighty allegations.
No, it's not an allegation.
It's not proven.
It's not an allegation. No, it's not an allegation. Let me come. Let me come. Are you aware that prior to now, Nyesom Wike, I have the evidences right here in my phone, rightly said, it made the major headlines on paper, rightly said, build up to his recent issues with Fuba, he rightly said that he helped APC in Osun State using the court to hold down the funds of Osun State local government funds.
Do you have issue with that?
I don't have issue with that. But if a politician, a minister, not the minister of justice, a minister of FCT will tell you that he helped, he used the courts.
No. Now,
what did that tell you? Just a moment.
Just a moment. I think what is at play here is matter of semantics. That he said he used the court means that he simply went to court, got injunctions on papers. A litigant, the court is bound to follow.
Now let me give you another one. Let me give you another one. I hope you know that our president today, our incumbent president, that posed his public address out there at Chatham House in 2022. Immediately after that, he addressed his followers and he rightly told them, he said, that power is not served in a la carte, it's not served in a restaurant. He said, you grab it, you snatch it, and you run away with it. I hope you heard about it. Or is that an allegation as well?
Is there a different interpretation to it?
No, the interpretation now is this. All that played out in 2023 election as it has to do with the outcome, the clear-cut outcome of the 2023 election, showed that he ran with it. He snatched it, he grabbed it, he ran with it.
He ran for the election, only contested, and he is declared winner. That's the interpretation.
Let me come. Now, this is exactly the build-up again for 2027. To have exactly what we had in 2023. So that by then, if you go to court, remember, Aneke chairman declared Tinubu winner. And he declared him winner.
And the court
of the election. Now, as immediately he declared him winner, he said go to court.
Okay.
Right?
Which is the
go to court.
Constitutionally, right?
Go to court that he said was because he already knew that court had been taken. It's already within his pocket.
The Constitution, the next thing in line is that when INEC declares who the chairman of INEC represents, when they declare a result, the next thing constitutionally for anybody to do is to go and challenge that in court.
Have you ever seen in Nigerian court in the recent time where you go to court and you see justice? What we get in court today in Nigeria is judgment, not justice. I hope you're aware of that.
No. Let's set it right. Do you understand? A lot of times people still go to court, they obtain judgments, who can't lump this together.
Not justice.
No, they get judgment, and you can't say that when the judiciary gives judgment that is not justice, and you allow within the law to still question depending on the level. And when it comes to the issue of presidency, the result that was announced, it was questioned, and there was a unanimous decision.
Thank you. How can you explain that a man after election that contested for governorship, and after election, a man that scored the fourth position after election, finally became the first position? How can you explain that?
The law in court, they found it worthy. It depends on the facts available to the judges.
No, sir, let me tell you, sir.
Except you have alternative facts.
Let me tell you, sir.
You have alternative facts.
Let me tell you, sir.
Okay.
That was EU that came to observe 2023 election.
Okay.
And after the observation, they give us their findings.
Okay.
Even while the 2023 presidential election were being yet, contested in the court, right? And they gave their observation and their recommendations. One of them I want to talk about is that they said Nigerian government or Nigerian people, they should work on their constitution.
Okay.
And deal with ambiguity.
Okay.
Ambiguity has been a major issue with our laws in Nigeria, especially as it has to do with our electoral act. Now, part of that ambiguity is what we are discussing here now.
Okay.
Which is that INEC have the prerogative whether to transmit directly from the polling unit or to collect the result manually. Remember, the argument of the Senate happens to be simply that they say because of places not being covered by network, the internet. Now, the beavers we are talking about is a machine that is being built with the capacity, one, to transmit with network, two, to also make transmission that may not reflect in the real time, but once you send it, once you capture, either scan or you snap and send, then it may not reflect on the iRev in the real time because of network. But as soon as there is network, when once you leave that particular location and get to the point where there is network, it will on its own automatically remit or deliver. All right, and this what we're talking about here is from CEA 8, right? And now when we are talking about that, this is a form whereby after collecting results, entering the figures, then the various party agents have to sign and countersign to prove that they actually, you know, in agreement with what the outcome happens to be. And so when it is being scanned or snapped and uploaded, be it network or no network, or pending when network comes, then what it means is that you cannot manipulate the result again because it's already there, waiting for delivery. You can't bring it back again and manipulate it. That is what it means. But do you know what we witnessed? If you have visited our IRF in the last election, you will see including human pictures being uploaded. Nigerians demanded that they want to see the result being uploaded, and INEC decided to do not upload whatever they so wish. And you will see electoral results being signed, countersigned by the various agents of the parties, right? And being altered. I have some of them in my phone and I can show you, will see it. Being altered, majority of them came from Rivers State, then from Lagos State as well. Being altered, you will see where it has columns where you write in figures and where you write as well in words, right? Then you will now have where you summarize the result that you have, and everybody will sign. Now you discover that it has been all signed only but for the powers that be to grab it, to snatch it, and to run away with it. And you will see what they actually did, the kind of rough job that they actually did on the result sheets. How they reduce the results, numbers that belong to a certain political party and certain candidates of the people, right? And borrowed figures from there and channeled it to another place. And perhaps they were able to cancel the figures, but that of the words, they couldn't do a very beautiful job there. But you will see a very rough job there.
What did the court say on that?
The court?
Yes.
Did the court discuss those things?
What was said?
No, did the court discuss those things?
Were brought before?
No, the court did not discuss them.
They didn't discuss them because remember. No, but
they are all permissible evidences.
Mr. Chime, let's go forward a bit. You know, when we look at these issues, these are all weighty allegations. But in view of this review, don't you think that these issues that you're mentioning are part of the reason why the Senate, in its wisdom, allows INEC that prerogative to either collect manually or transmit from the polling units through IRF directly to avoid these human errors that you...
No, how can you avoid it? The human errors that were being created by manual system, and you are avoiding it by manual system again. Why then are we going for IRF? So why then did we spend over 400 billion in the last election?
Let's proffer solution instead of, running around the issues.
Thank you.
What is the alternative that
the alternative is that Nigeria simply said, I have two alternatives.
Okay.
One is that Nigeria simply said, give us electoral law that permits only transmission, a compulsory transmission from the polling unit. Why are you running away from transparency? From polling unit, what it means is that one is going to reduce human involvement. It's going to make it all between the voters, directly between the voters and the IRF. Simple. Transmit from there so that the voters will know that this is exactly what we did, and everybody will be seeing it. It was being experimented during the last November 8th Anambra governorship election. INEC used their IRF. They brought the IRF to life, and they used their beavers to make transmissions. Now, before it was 7:39 on the day of election, before it was 7:39, all results up to about 97.5% had entered. Had been live on IRF. You can actually view them. Now remaining not up to 3% to come in, and that was why by between 4 and 5 a.m. in the morning they were able to declare who was the winner, because everything was clear. So why is it not something that we will do? We will make it what we are demanding is make it compulsory, make it mandatory that there shouldn't be any other means. It must be transmitted via polling unit, polling unit from the IRF, from the beavers, from polling unit to the IRF. Simple. If there is anyone, I mean the beavers were being designed, like I explained earlier, we are being designed in a way whereby if there is no network, when once you leave that spot and get to the place where the beavers can pick network, it will transmit on its own. But once you have captured and you have uploaded, it will transmit. And what we want to see is that it is being captured right before the people that voted. So that one, we reduce grievances, we reduce security challenges. The people will not follow you from their polling unit and get to the local government collection center. How many persons do you want to see there? And by then the police will now demand that nobody should come into the compound at all. And the next thing is begin to shoot tear gas at the people. And by then maybe we'll begin to record casualties. So instead of having such, why not we make use of, why not we send a machine to do the job for us? Reduce human involvement. This human involvement have dealt with us over time. Let's do it in a way whereby it will be that transparent. If Mr. A wins, we will know Mr. A win. Now we have not even started talking about the issue of vote buying. We have not started talking about the issue of voter apathy. We have not started talking about certain other factors. We are still talking about just give us a compulsory mandate that you must transmit. Because it becomes ambiguous when you say INEC have this prerogative that they can decide whether to transmit, or not transmit. That becomes ambiguous. Then they can do whatsoever. Anybody can buy them off. You open a business for them, that's what it means. Anybody can buy them off, and they will do whatsoever and tell you whatsoever. And the next thing they will tell you to go to court. But whomsoever you meet in the court, I mean, it becomes a different thing. We don't want to discuss those that are heading our court today. Any day you want us to discuss that, we'll bring their profile to the table.
That's another issue. But moving forward, given this amendment now, and I've seen your grievances and you speak so passionately about these issues, and I want to ask, moving to 2027 with this very amendment now, what do you see? How will the people, go into that election, secure their votes and trust that there is transparency, that the election will be free and fair, given that we are having, the just an amendment of the Electoral Act 2022, which, like you rightly pointed out, would have been better if there is electronic transmission of results from the polling unit to the IRF. But given what it is today, how do we see that this process becomes seamless, that the people believe and trust that the system will produce whatever vote that they cast?
Mr. Tute, it becomes almost an effort in futility, but I don't want to make it that outright so that our people don't get further discouraged joining the process. Okay, because what we are talking about is that we saw what happened to us in the last election, and you want us to go again with the same template. For goodness sake, what the last election produced for us, the logics that surrounded it, wasn't that people's oriented. It didn't help any matters at all. If we are interested in national security, then we should be covering a lot of things. We should be covering a lot of things, for goodness sake. Why then are we voting over 1 trillion naira in 2026 national appropriation just for INEC to conduct election? Why then? If it's going to be just take this money, whatever you so want to do, you just do. Why then are we doing that? So for goodness sake, there is no how the people will go to the to the polling unit, cast their vote. They will not be the one to go and count it. Like I told you, if they should now, after casting the vote, maybe they will stay by the side you count before them. But since it is not being able to be transmitted, because you may choose to tell them any story, it happened even in Anambra. They were casting their vote from ECA 8. We are not there.
Mr. Ma, if I get you correctly, are you saying that there will be no need, there's no need going into the next election cycle?
This is exactly what I don't want to say in clear cut. I don't want to discourage our people further, because already our people have been so restive. You should know that, because of how things are playing out now. I love it when we are building up, to our conversation. You rightly said the figures within our Boja, record system. That is, I'm talking about like Nigeria. That is MBS, Nigeria statistics. Now, if you come there, figures that are being produced or published look so juicy, right? But in the real life of Nigerians, it is not reflective. All right, and so I don't want to. A lot of things have added to the fact that people do not want to be part of the system again. How do you want us to explain it? How many persons have you asked in Nigeria what their dreams are? The only dream of every common Nigerian is how to leave this country, whether by hook or by crook. Is it supposed to be? Is it done in America? Is it done in Britain? Is it done in Canada? Where is it done? But everybody are looking for, how do I go out of this place to go out there to go and help myself? As simple as ABC, because the system is not working here. Why is our system not working? Our leadership. So why is our leadership not working? Because the process through which we recruit our leaders is not working. It's not credible. So what we are demanding for is, let there be a credible means. How can we hold you to account? How can we be sure that whom we voted in is actually the person that was being declared the winner? So if Aneke cannot transmit directly from the polling unit, and the people do not have any means of holding them to account, because you can't go to court and win them. The court is already within the basket. You can't go there and win them.
Anyway,
we can bring that details to table on another date.
Within the basket, that's another issue. But looking at what we are discussing, we have Aneke as a new chairman, Amopiton. Are you saying that we shouldn't trust him to do a better job than Yakub did?
Okay, I think I told you that I have two different alternatives prior to now. Now, one of those alternatives is going to be the idea of Amopiton being the Aneke chairman. All right, and his credibility, or whether he's going to be able to deliver or not being able to deliver. Now, I have this particular opinion. Maybe another person have it as well. With what we have seen in Nigeria, and with what we have seen from the area of our leaders, what we have seen from the side of our Senate, that they are not ready to deliver a credible process in an electoral, exercise, then I think it is better. Let us involve multi-sectorial and multinational body that's going to be able to give us, even if it is not credible, but near credible electoral outcome. Now, what I'm talking about is this. It's going to involve, at least, we have 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, right? Then let's use the TUC, the NLC, National Union of Labour, right? Now, let's bring them together. Let's bring from CAN. Let's bring from the other religion, that's the Islamic religion. Let's bring from their own facet. Then let's bring from ECOWAS. Let's bring from UN. Let's bring from EU. Let's bring delegates from these people, from these various organizations. Then assemble them. Let them give us an electoral, let them conduct our election for the first time. Let's see what's going to happen.
Constitutional amendment.
It may not be a constitutional amendment. It may just take an executive order and this will be done. Your constitution will remain where it is. As simple as ABC. These Nigerian people talking.
Is that feasible?
It is feasible. We can do that. If it warrants constitutional amendment, let's do it. And then let's get it right for once. Then we'll continue. Then let's have a deterrent. If you mismanage our system, we should hold you to account. How could it be that somebody told us that there were glitches and he went ahead and declared a candidate winner? But there were glitches and it had not been cleared. You went ahead and declared a candidate winner. How could it be? And we did not have any means of holding you to account. How could it be that Aneke declared an electoral result when they told us that in Rivers State, the professor for Rivers State, that they did not know the professor? Mahmoud told us that the professor, that he did not know the professor, that it was names that were being given to him. And including AIT went and checked. They went on independent investigation to know who was actually the returning officer. Do you know that the school where he filled, they went to the school and the school said they don't know the person. But the result that emanated from this particular unknown individual, from this anonymous returning officer, we are being admitted. We are being used to declare our sitting president today, the winner of the election. So for goodness sake, which one do we count and leave another? There are certain things the system will do. You just keep aggravating the mind of the people. You keep inciting them by actions. And by the time they will react, then the next thing is we are going to roll out the police to go and tear gas, to go and fight. But it's not going to be the best. Remember what happened the other day in Nepal. It was beyond what the national security could manage.
All right, Emma, looking at this pessimism about these reforms and the whole amendment issue, I tend to want to believe that the opposition perhaps may be wasting their time.
Opposition wasting their time?
Yes.
Well, that's exactly what it seems like.
The picture you're painting, the opposition have equally failed in holding both the elected officers and the states to account, being that they are not doing their job as well. And perhaps they should go home and not contest the next election.
No, understand this. You know, when you're talking about opposition, you have been talking about our opposition in a system, political system where things are working at least. Are you talking about opposition voices being heard, being active in a Nigerian system where the opposition suffers the worst of case scenario? In a Nigerian system where the opposition is subjected to whatsoever that the powers that be could subject them to? Are you talking about opposition in Nigeria where, including your political party, they will make sure that nothing works there, that it is shattered and scattered? Are you talking about opposition voices? When you speak,
that should be an indictment on the quality of opposition that we have.
No, let's come. Remember that you did not control our security system. Remember that our police today is not for the people. If we have a police that is actually for Nigerians, then if you stand out to speak, you will know that police will stand in the middle.
No, I find it difficult to go into that line of argument, that because this is a nation that have thrust up resilient men who stood against the military, and it speaks to intellectual sagacity to be able to either outplay or outmaneuver a government of the day. Given whatever is thrown at you, is expected that the opposition should be able to stand the test of time, stand their ground, proffer alternative solution, and we don't seem to be having that. Given this is over how many hours that we've seen the Senate vote, we've not heard the opposition speak. There's no press conference.
No, let me come. When you're talking about opposition, let's not just push this particular blame to the part of opposition. Opposition have done and they are yet doing. Remember, they have done and they are yet doing. But what I want to tell you is this: like when I talk about Nigeria police, there is how you will talk as an opposition leader. The next thing you see is either the DSS will invite you.
Should an opposition leader be afraid of the DSS?
I'm not talking of being afraid or not being afraid. I'm talking about how to guard the voices, that matters in the society or in the system. How to guard them, or how the system have been gagging them off. Remember, when you talk about the best of brains that were able to stand and match, the powers of the military in the past in Nigeria, right? Now remember, that was the same best of brains and capacity that our former president Goodluck Jonathan rightly assembled in 2014 for national confab, and they were able to come up with a template that will make things easy for Nigeria, right? Till today, was it implemented? Since APC took over, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, but since APC took over, one, they did not implement. Two, they now said they are constituting their own confab, and that was being spearheaded by Nasir El-Rufai, the former governor of Kaduna State. Finally, they came up with their own template. Till today, it has not been implemented. Now, why is it not being implemented? Simply because it's going to benefit the people. That's why it is not being implemented. So why are we not implementing removing ambiguity on our laws that build up our electoral act? As EU that came to observe in the last election rightly told us that we should remove ambiguity. Why is it being so difficult for us to do? So what is the job of opposition in this order? That an external body said, this is what we observe in your system, and if this continues, it's going to be a big problem for you. And we looked at that simply because it is benefiting us. That's why we left it there. Simply because it is benefiting a particular people. That's why it is being left. So why are we not working on it? Which opposition are we expecting them to start talking about that again, about the ambiguity? Especially that gives prerogative to Aneke to transmit or choose to collect manually. What opposition do we need again to get that done? I mean, the powers that be in Nigeria rightly know the right thing to be done. But the willpower, they will say it is political will. The political will is not there to get it done. Because if it is done, maybe it's going to mean more like signing your warrant off, you know. So, but for goodness sake, opposition have not been our major problem. Because we know there are voices that are speaking in this country. But we also know how those voices, you know, the fates that those voices faces most of the time. One was the voice of Senator Natasha. You know the kind of face she faced previously. Simply because she stood out and said, I want to project this. And so she started facing a lot of things. Including federal government now have to prosecute her. Charge her to court. Federal government now charging an individual on defamation ground. Not that she defend federal government, but that she defend an individual.
But it's still within the right of the federal government to prosecute.
No, it is still also within the right of federal government to ensure that Nigerians are well taken care of. And that the lives of Nigerians are well being protected. Because that's exactly what federal government swore an oath to get done.
Alright, now that you're speaking about the people, about what the government would need to do for the people, let's look at the electricity subsidy shift. The federal government has come out to say that this electrical subsidy should be shared between the federal, the subnationals and the local government. In fact, it's on news that 3.6 trillion naira is being projected for 2026, 2027, 2028. Let me get your opinion on that.
The opinion simply is, understand that when once it is something that's going to benefit the people, it becomes an issue. To implement it becomes an issue in Nigeria with the version of leadership that we have here. Alright? Now, can we take it a bit to where, it is all playing out before our very eyes? Are you aware that in 2026, that if you take it to Ekiti State, are you aware that Ekiti State have about over 400 billion 2026 appropriation bill that have been passed into law? Are you aware that that appropriation bill of over 400 billion provided only 60 million for health? 60 million for health, but 120 billion for the state assembly to use them do what? Are they executors of project? Is it captured in the law, in our constitution? 120 billion. And so with that now, they can easily fly out to to wherever it is working to go and take care of their health. 60 million for 1 year for a whole state. Take it down to Enugu State where we base here. Now the Enugu State have over 115 billion mapped out for just furniture in 2026. 115 billion. How can I interpret that? Does it mean that every citizen in Enugu is going to be having a furniture being purchased by the state government? Or does it mean that it is just the state assembly and that of the seat of power, the government house? 115 billion naira. Where are all this money going? Our youths are seeing them, and these guys are dying of hunger, and these guys are being so restive, and these guys will fight back. That's what we're looking at. So now when you take it to the same Enugu here in 2026, it is just 679 million, not billion, million for drugs, for medication in Enugu for 2026. Now that tells you where the priorities are. That tells you where the priorities are. When we are talking about efficiency, financial efficiency in the area of governance, it will just be as if maybe we are just talking. They know all this. It's not like their brains are not working, it is working. They know all this. None of them have ever made a mistake and refused to take his salaries or his supposed pay at any day.
So in other words, what you're saying is that this subsidy will not be an issue for the subnationals. They would meet their part of it.
There's no issues at all. Come to Enugu, you know the kind of taxes that Enugu have rolled out, the indigents in Enugu, citizens in Enugu, residents in Enugu are going to pay for 2026. So to realize the money is not an issue. Then you also know what is coming into Enugu and what is going to various local governments from from the national level by FAC. You know what all these subnationals receive monthly. So for them to be able to undertake some levels of percentages of subsidy, it's not an issue at all. We have the money. We have the money, Mr. Ute. We have the money. The money is not an issue here. We have the money. We have the resources. We have what it takes to even revamp moribund business outfits in Enugu. We have our VOP. It is not working.
But the government is moving gradually. They are revamping some of the...
No, I somewhat give credit to the governor we have today in Enugu. He's doing massively well. This is exactly what I've been championing, the opinion I've been championing for long on national televisions, saying our various abandoned projects ought to be, as a matter of urgency, revived and finished up for the service to the people.
Okay.
Alright? And meanwhile, I have this thought of mine that there is every need to make it a matter of law. That we have a master design for development in every state, or let's say in Enugu state. So that whosoever that wants to come and be our leader, if you come, you must not deviate from that master chart. So let's begin to reduce the possibilities of all this. You establish a particular project, you get to 50% or 40% or 60%, you abandon it, you go, and the next person that will come will simply go and establish another one, knowing too well that if you continue with the existing one, you may not see much to eat, and so you go into another one.
All right. Let's move a little bit faster on the issue of security. We've seen that the United States government will be assisting Nigeria further by perhaps putting boots on ground and giving what we've witnessed in Kwara State as well, where over 150 persons were attacked recently by the Islamic jihadists. I would say bandits, terrorists. There are a lot of nomenclature, but one thing that is obvious is that Nigerians are being terrorized in Nigeria, and I want to get your view on that, especially given the position of the US government coming to put boots on ground. How do you bring that together with the regional position of Nigeria in Africa?
That's why Nigeria should have to be very careful with the forthcoming election. Because what it simply means, it's a clear-cut affidavit to prove that today's government have failed. Remember, the primary business of every government in Nigeria is protection, the safety of lives and properties of the citizenry. And if you fail in that particular area of primary assignment, then you have failed. Now tell me the areas where this government in place have actually succeeded. Tell me, if not corruption.
No, but we've seen the Naira is stabilizing.
No, Naira is not stabilizing. Naira is not stabilizing organically. It is not stabilizing.
Inflation rates drop.
Can I ask you a question?
We have a growth of 4.3%.
Is it basing on what? On which products? Do you know that on daily basis we have blue chip companies exiting Nigeria? So if Naira is actually gaining weight or gaining any strength at all, is it based on which products? What are we producing? No. Is it our area of agriculture that is working?
Are you saying that the director of the World Bank that was in Nigeria with the president and the vice president is missing ways when she said yes, that there is...
Who gave us the template? Who gave us the template with which we are taxing Nigerians, if not World Bank? Who demanded that today's government should start taxing Nigerians? That's how we are going to build our economy. That we should even deflect our Naira. Who gave us that particular idea, if not World Bank? So what do you expect from them?
But what
they will simply come and tell you whatsoever.
This government to do, given what they met on ground, the subsidy was removed to ensure that this stability is brought about. Though very painful, but we are told it's bringing results.
I hope you know that this government is just a continuum. That this government was the same government that we had under Buhari. I hope you know that Tinubu
we know that it's an APC government, but
yes, Tinubu was the national leader of APC. Remember that. And so he have everything that it takes. Remember that Osinbajo was his closest ally. In fact, his slot. And Osinbajo was the vice president.
Those are harsh, but alright, you wouldn't say that they took advice.
No, what we are saying is this. They told us that Buhari was coming to fight corruption.
Okay.
We agreed. And Buhari entered. They covered our eyes until Buhari left. We now discovered that corruption now multiplied under Buhari. Of course, we even knew when he was there, but we are not allowed to talk. Right? Now, when he left, everything was now open. Now, Tinubu has come, and meanwhile, as at then, it was Lai Mohammed, the then Minister of Information and Culture and Tourism, rightly told us and said that if not because of Buhari, Nigeria would have been plunged into a ditch. Whereas we knew that under Goodluck Jonathan, Nigerian economy, we are being rated at the top, the third fastest growing economy globally under Goodluck Jonathan. Now, immediately Buhari took over in 2015. By 2016, we are called the poverty headquarters of the world. What does that tell you? Now, what brought us to that? Because our farmers could no longer go to the farm. We could no longer sustain our economy. That's why I'm asking, what is now happening that is now building the strength behind our naira? Is there any product that we're exporting? Balance of payment. Balance of payment. What are we taking to international business center? We're only yet importing. We are not taking anything there. Our oil, Buhari even mortgaged it years ahead. So what are we taking to international business center? So that's why if we are talking about how figures are increasing in margin and what have you, then I will tell you it is simply precarious than what you should believe. If you believe it, to your own peril.
All right.
The truth is that our economy is yet down and nothing but down. Then when you talk about America booting down Nigeria, then I will tell you it is an affidavit, a clear-cut affidavit that the government had failed. Because I didn't know that the government were able to secure the lives of citizenry, they wouldn't have come in the first instance. We talked about ranching. Why is it so difficult for us to go for ranching? Why is it so difficult for us to tell the Fulanese that are rearing their cows to go rent a house where human beings are living?
You can't tell Fulanese to go, but you can tell cattle rearers.
I'm talking about go and build ranches. That's a private business.
Let's make a distinction. Cattle rearers are not Fulanis. You know, we're stereotyping now. Not every Fulani.
Who are the cattle rearers?
You have Igbos who are cattle rearers, and cattle owners as well.
Who are the major business runners in that field?
Every Nigerian can.
Who are these guys that are killing people? Have you ever heard anybody, any of them killing people as they are speaking
people?
No. Have you ever heard any of them killing people, going to Kogi State, going to Benue State, killing people and speaking Igbo? Have you ever heard that?
All right, Ima, for want of time, I want to get your opinion on something. I'm already being signaled. We're out of time. I want to get your opinion on the opposition political parties, especially with the coalition, the ADC, coming into 2026. How do you describe that coalition and their chances?
And the chances is simply that, unity gives strength. Simple. Unity gives strength. If the opposition wouldn't allow overbearing tendencies, pecuniary interest, selfish interest, to ridicule their thoughts, then they're going to get it right, because the masses are behind them.
All right. One more thing. Given the position of the Senate on the Electoral Act, which you've seen, there won't be, they've not voted for the transmission from the polling units to IRF. What is the chances of this opposition?
The chances that the opposition should start first to address the issue of transmission first from now. Because if you allow it and say, okay, let's go for the pool, after which you go to court, you're not going to get anything beautiful out of court.
But given the timing, that's no longer feasible. We're running out of time already.
Then we can demand that there won't be election. We boycott. Let the international committee be aware of that.
All right, Emma, that's the much we can take on the insight today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming to the insight. All right, and to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you feel about what Emmanuel Chime, public affairs analyst, have said on these very issues. So we'll come your way same time tomorrow. I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Now to the headlines. President Tinubu launches major women's empowerment initiative. Federal government pledges protection of local government funds from misappropriation. Enugu State commits to eliminating NTDs in rural communities. ABS pensioners urge Governor Oti to refrain from 2027 political ambitions. And now to the details of the news. President Bola Tinubu has expanded the Nigeria for Women initiative to reach 25 million beneficiaries, aiming to position women as central drivers of Nigeria's economic and democratic growth. Speaking through Vice President Kashim Shettima at the presidential villa, the president stressed that nations sidelining women risk social and economic implosion. The program, previously a 6-state pilot, is now set for nationwide implementation. A key feature of the expansion is the Happy Women app, a secure digital platform connecting women to low-interest finance, vocational skills, and global markets. President Tinubu highlighted that digital inclusion is essential for national competitiveness and economic empowerment, signaling a strategic shift towards integrating technology into social development initiatives. To support this agenda, 2026 has been designated as the Year of Social Development and Families in Nigeria, mandating coordinated efforts across federal, state, and local governments. International partners, including the World Bank and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, have pledged support, while state governments, notably Castina and 4 billion naira, are contributing counterpart funding. The initiative aims to transform local female entrepreneurs into globally competitive business leaders. The federal government has vowed to end decades of state interference in local government finances. The chairman, Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission, RMAFC, Mr. Mohammed Shehu, announced that all 774 councils will now be monitored to ensure federal allocation are used as intended, aligning with President Bola Tinubu's warning of a possible executive order for non-compliance. Mr. Shehu criticized the current system, noting that councils perform poorly compared to the military era due to the governors redirecting funds through the controversial joint account system. The RMAFC has revived its local government committee to enforce transparency and proper allocation, targeting funding for rural roads, primary healthcare, and community education. The commission also disclosed plans to update the revenue allocation formula and political office remuneration by auditing oil assets and strengthening coordination with revenue agencies like customs. RMAFC aims to enforce financial independence for local councils. The message to governors is clear: federal oversight will ensure local governments control and deploy the resources effectively. Ekiti State has received 80,500 doses of livestock vaccine from the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development to combat transboundary animal diseases. Delivered through the Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support LPRES program, the shipment includes vaccines for contagious bovine, Newcastle disease, and foot and mouth disease. The Commissioner for Agriculture in the state, Mr. Ebenezer Boluwade, described the intervention as critical for food security and the protection of livestock assets. The state plans coordinated distribution to farming communities and will strict cold chain management to maintain vaccine potency. LPRES State Project Coordinator Olayinka Adedipe stressed collaboration with veterinary experts to ensure timely and effective immunization across rural and peri-urban clusters. Director of Veterinary Services, Dr. Dedamolov, highlighted vaccination as the most effective tool to reduce livestock mortality and boost market productivity. National coordinators commended Ekiti's preparedness, noting that state-federal cooperation is key to stabilizing Nigeria's livestock economy and safeguarding millions of naira in agricultural investments. Enugu State has reaffirmed its commitment to eliminating neglected tropical diseases in rural communities, targeting poverty reduction and enhanced productivity. The Commissioner for Health in the state, Professor George Ugu, said the state is consolidating progress through advocacy, partnership and sustained investment, aligning with the 2026 World Neglected Tropical Diseases Day theme, Unite, Act and Eliminate. Professor Ugu detailed ongoing clinical interventions, disease surveillance and collaboration with research institutions to prevent resurgence. Mass preventive drugs and surgeries for neglected tropical diseases provided in partnership with the Carter Center are distributed free across the state. Water sanitation and hygiene wash project are prioritized as part of the disease elimination strategy. The Carter Center praised Enugu for long-term collaboration, noting that government partnerships have expanded access to treatment and strengthened capacity. Together, state authorities and partners are committed to eradicating neglected tropical diseases and mitigating the social-economic impact on affected communities. Oyo State has formally inducted 3,933 newly recruited primary healthcare workers to strengthen service delivery at the grassroots. Governor Seyi Makinde emphasized that human capital is central to solving 70% of the state's medical challenges, with new staff expected to reduce patient wait times and enhance care quality across the state. Governor Makinde assured recruits that their selections was merit-based and pledged continued support, including timely salaries under the Omitting Term 2.0 initiative, and plans to renovate and equip secondary healthcare facilities in all geopolitical zones. The governor stressed that infrastructure alone is insufficient without qualified personnel to operate it effectively. The move has received commendation from the World Health Organization and the Nigerian Medical Association for boosting human resource capacity. As the state advances toward Omitting 3.0, the new workforce is expected to play a key role in delivering equitable healthcare and transforming Oyo State. Governor Abdulaziz expressed confidence in the military's ability to restore peace, highlighting coordinated efforts between state and federal agencies. Security operations will also support affected families and rebuild destroyed infrastructure, including the Air Mass Palace in Woro, which was razed during the attack. The Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Aneke, has commended Enugu State Governor Dr. Peter Mbah for his support to security agencies in the fight against crime. He made the commendation during a courtesy visit to the government house in Enugu as part of his walking tour following his appointment. Air Marshal Aneke said the partnership between the Enugu State Government and the Nigerian Air Force had improved operational effectiveness and contributed to the prevailing peace in the state. He praised the pace of development in Enugu, describing the governor's leadership as transformational. Governor Mbah described the air chief as a distinguished son of Enugu and assured him of continued collaboration. He said joint security operations had dismantled criminal hideouts and stressed the state's policy of combining security with economic development through agriculture and land use reforms. Borno State has sworn in 6 new High Court judges to reduce judicial backlogs and strengthen public confidence in the legal system. Acting Governor Umar Usman Kadafo tasked the judges with maintaining impartiality and professionalism, describing the appointment as central to the state judicial reform agenda. The state is also implementing digital case management, electronic filing and online legal resources to modernize court operations. These reforms aim to reduce delays, improve access to justice, and ensure that the judiciary keeps pace with modern economic and social demands. The Chief Judge Justice Kashim Zena emphasized the importance of ethics and technology in judicial efficiency, urging the new judges to fully embrace digital reforms. The appointment marks a dual focus on expanding judicial capacity while fostering innovation and transparency within Borno's legal system. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can stay connected with us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick reminder of major developments in the news. President Tinubu launches major women's empowerment drive. Federal government vows to protect local government funds from governors. Enugu State elimination of NTDs in rural communities. And coming up shortly, Abia pensioners tell Governor Oti to skip 2027 campaigns. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Abia State pensioners have urged Governor-elect Oti to forgo costly campaign spending ahead of the 2027 election, citing his performance as sufficient for re-election. Speaking in Umuahia, the concerned Abia pensioners group highlighted the consistent payment of pensions on the 28th of every month, a major improvement from previous administrations, describing it as a transformative change for retirees. The group warned opposition parties against attempts to manipulate the next election through electronic registration or rigging, asserting that the people would resist any such efforts. Pensioners also reminded the governor of astounding gratuities, expressing confidence that these payments will be addressed soon. In addition, they called for Oti's intervention in resolving a leadership crisis within the Nigerian Union of Pensioners, which has left the union secretariat inaccessible and forced meetings into open spaces. The elders concluded with prayers for the state's leadership, describing themselves as the governor's grassroots army committed to supporting his administration. Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State has stated that an educated citizenry is the strongest defense against poor leadership and political manipulation. Speaking at the official inauguration of Minaret University in Ikiru, Governor Adeleke praised the Mahdi al-Muslim community for establishing the institution, emphasizing that education enables citizens to scrutinize leaders through verified facts. The university will focus on high-demand programs in data science, cybersecurity, IT, and logistics, aiming to develop both intellectual and moral capacity. Chancellor Aziz Alatoye noted the institution is designed to address Nigeria's economic and ethical challenges, while Vice Chancellor Professor Abdullah Abdul Rahman pledged to establish a world-class center for learning and manpower development. The inauguration attracted top dignitaries including the Sultan of Sokoto and the Oni of Ife, signaling this institution's strategic importance to Osun State. Governor Adeleke assured full government support, highlighting Minaret University's potential to strengthen accountability by fostering an enlightened and active citizenry. Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello over alleged 80.2 billion naira money laundering saw new development in Abuja. Bank officials testified that 46.5 million naira was transferred to the American International School under the guise of educational payments, forming part of the 19-count EFCC charge against the former governor. Court proceedings revealed additional cash movements exceeding 1 billion naira, including single-day inflows of up to 600 million naira from private firms. Compliance officers explained that this transaction triggered mandatory reporting under anti-money laundering laws due to the size and frequency. Evidence also showed over 552 million naira in cash withdrawals by associates over 3 years. Justice Aneke admitted bank statements and certificate of compliance into evidence, with the prosecution determining the alleged misuse of state-linked resources during Bello's tenure. Further witnesses are expected as the trial continues. Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State has placed security agencies on high alert following intelligence of a planned illegal takeover of the Akiru Palace in Ikiru. The palace has remained sealed since the death of Oba Abdulrauf Olawale Adedeji II in 2021 amid an ongoing succession dispute. Through his spokesperson Olawale Rashid, the governor clarified that recent maintenance work at the palace does not signal a reopening. He warned that any attempts to breach the palace gates without official approval will be treated as unlawful, emphasizing adherence to the rule of law. The state government has deployed security personnel to maintain a constant presence at the palace. Governor Aneke stressed that stakeholders must await judicial resolution, cautioning against unilateral actions that could destabilize the community while legal processes continue. Political uncertainty is growing in Cross River State as suspensions and impeachment threats sweep through local government. On Tuesday, the State House of Assembly suspended the Vice Chairman of Ogoja Local Government, Honorable Emmanuel Idi Yakubu, following allegations of gross misconduct and abandonment of duty. Observers suggest that these moves may be politically motivated, linked to position in the 2027 general elections. Critics argue that influential actors are using local councillors to remove officials who might impede future sections of re-election plans. The Speaker of the House, Elvat Ayambem, insisted the Assembly is enforcing accountability, not fueling instability. The Ogoja Vice Chairman's suspension is under review by the House Committee on Judiciary as local governments remain a contentious arena ahead of the 2027. The Ebonyi State Government has directed contractors and supervising ministry to complement ongoing projects within 3 months. The Commissioner for Information, Ikowa Omobe, announced that the decision followed a review aimed at fast-tracking development and improving service delivery. Key departments including works, infrastructure and water resources were warned that failure to meet the 90-day deadline will attract sanctions. Governor Francis Wifuru tasked the Rural Electrification Board with ensuring rural communities receive electricity to curb urban migration and stimulate local economies. The administration also inaugurated new Civil Service Commission members and appointed a media aide, signaling broader reforms for efficiency. The government emphasized that indefinite project timelines are over and visible results are now mandatory. The Nigerian Naira's brief rally ended on Thursday as it weakened against the US dollar in the official foreign exchange market. The Central Bank of Nigeria reported the currency closed 1,366.6 Naira per dollar, down from 1,358.88 Naira on Wednesday, representing a 7.78% drop. In contrast, the power market remained stable, with rates unchanged at 1,460 Naira per dollar. The Naira had previously regained over 32 Naira in value during a 2-day recovery period earlier this week. Market analysts are monitoring the trend closely as the CBN works to stabilize the exchange rate. The nation's foreign reserves stand at $46.81 billion, providing a buffer for potential interventions to restore momentum in the Naira's value. The Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC) and Nigeria Data Protection Commission (NDPC) have signed a partnership to enforce stricter data protection across the telecom sector. With over 200 million active mobile lines, regulators emphasize that personal information is a core economic asset that must be safeguarded. NDPC National Commissioner Mr. Vincent Olatunji warned that citizens often lose control of personal data to third parties who profit from it, calling on Nigerians to own their data. Implementation of the partnership is set to begin immediately to prevent misuse of information as Nigeria embraces AI and digital services. NCC Chief Aminu Maida highlighted that digital platforms rely on user data for revenue, stressing national sovereignty in data governance. The collaboration aims to ensure communication networks remain efficient while protecting citizens' privacy and rights. Nigerian boxing is poised for a historic year as Efe Ajaba, Moses Itauma and Elizabeth Oshoba aim for more titles. Heavyweight Ajaba ranks number 10 by the ring, holds the WBC silver title and faces former champion Charles Martin on February 14 in Las Vegas, seeking a major title fight. Moses Itaoma, 21, has claimed the Commonwealth heavyweight title after a one-round knockout of Dillian White. A victory over Jermaine Franklin could secure his world title shot, potentially making him the youngest Brit to win a heavyweight championship. Elizabeth Oshoba, already a world champion in featherweight division, is pursuing the WBC main strap to become an undisputed champion. Together, the three represent a major push for Nigerian dominance in international boxing in 2026. El Kanemi Warriors technical advisor Suleiman Dogo has vowed to reverse the club's mid-season slump in the Nigerian Professional Football League (NPFL). Despite past success, including a 2023 Federation Cup win and 2024 Continental campaign, the team is currently ninth with 34 points from 23 matches. Dogo expressed confidence in the squad's quality and pledged to restore top-tier performance as the league enters a critical phase. The coach emphasized ongoing efforts to maximize the team's potential and maintain competitiveness in the race for continental spots. Fans are urged to remain patient as the club works toward consistent results. Dogo's statements aim to reassure stakeholders that the Warriors are committed to returning to elite Nigerian football standards. Speculation is intensifying over a potential breakup between Nollywood actress Bimbo Ademoye and media personality VJ Adams. Observers noted that the couple has unfollowed each other on Instagram, while Adams did not post his usual birthday tribute to Ademoye on February 4th. The pair had previously maintained a private romance, sparking engagement rumors after intimate celebration in 2024 and frequent social media interactions. Bimbo for the fraud uncertainty by publicly referring to Adams as a brother, adding to speculation over the relationship status. No official statements have been issued by either party. Social media discussions continue, with fans divided between accepting the split or anticipating a reconciliation in the public eye. Nollywood actress Anita Joseph has publicly celebrated the birthday of Rosie Mora's mother, emphasizing friendship over social media criticism. In an Instagram post, Joseph described Maria as her baby and prayed for long life and blessings for her mother. The celebration follows online backlash over Joseph's association with Maria, particularly after recent reconciliations involving Rose's husband, Olakule Churchill, and his ex-wife. Critics have targeted the friendship, but Joseph remained undeterred, focusing on the occasion. Through her message, Joseph reinforced loyalty to her circle and dismissed negative commentary. The public tribute highlights a trend among Nigerian celebrities prioritizing personal relationship over online opinion and controversy. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has officially launched a massive scale-up of programs aimed at empowering women across Nigeria. The initiative focuses on economic opportunities, skill development, and leadership training for women in both urban and rural communities. The federal government has pledged to safeguard local government finances from misappropriation by state governors. The move aims to ensure that statutory allocations reach intended projects and improve service delivery at the grassroots level. The Enugu state government has announced a comprehensive plan to eliminate NTDs in rural communities. The program includes mass awareness campaigns, medical outreach, and coordinated interventions to improve health outcomes for residents. Pensioners in Abia State have appealed to Governor-elect Oti to refrain from contesting in the 2027 elections. The group says the governor should focus on fulfilling current obligations to retirees before seeking for the political office. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, or Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Nwakuba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward, better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and backing, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the board and management of the Southeast Development Commission, it is my pleasure to warmly welcome you to the Southeast Mission 2050 Global Stakeholders Forum. This gathering marks an important step in the evolution of regional development in the Southeast. It reflects a shared understanding that sustainable progress requires a long-term vision, coordinated action, and the collective thinking of all stakeholders. The Southeast Development Commission was established to help address non-standing infrastructure and development gaps, while also providing a platform for strategic forward-looking regional planning. This forum speaks directly to the management. And at this point, may I single out the kindness and magnanimity of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR for making it possible for Southeast to have this development commission. And most importantly, acknowledge the efforts of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, and his colleagues in making sure that this bill was passed in the House of Representatives and the Senate. We are particularly encouraged by the broad and inclusive nature of participation at this forum from state and federal institutions, the private sector, development partners, professional bodies, civil society, media and medias, and the diaspora community. This diversity is a strength. It underscores the fact that development is not the responsibility of government alone, but a shared task that requires partnership, trust, and continuity. This forum is also friendly, aligned with the renewal agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, especially its focus on productivity, infrastructure development, private sector growth, and institutional reform. Over the next few years, I encourage all participants to engage openly and constructively, to share ideas rather than experience, and to focus on solutions that can be implemented. I commend the management of Southeast Development Commission for the work that has gone into concluding this forum, and I thank all of you for coming to this invitation. The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Southeast Development Commission, Mr. Mark Okoye, delivered the public access domain.
Let me say this clearly at the outset. The purpose of this forum is simple: to move the Southeast from fragmented effort to coordinated action. For decades, government planning across our country has also followed a familiar pattern. Consultants are engaged, documents are procured, validation workshops are done in the nicest hotels, and the plans are launched. And yet, ownership of those plans remains very shallow. Implementation is weak, and public trust is limited. We have chosen a different path of SDC. Over the past year, the Southeast Development Commission has spent time listening, mapping constraints, engaging states, and testing stress testing assumptions. Many of the questions guiding today's session emerge from that work. The forum is therefore not about unveiling a finished plan. It's about co-creating one. Every participant here, physically and virtually, is not an observer, but we are all contributors. The ideas generated in these rooms will directly shape the Vision 2050 plan and the framework, its priorities, and ultimately its execution pathway. This process is fully aligned with the renewable agenda of President Bola Tinubu, particularly its emphasis on productivity, infrastructure, private capital mobilization, institutional reform, and inclusive reform and growth. The Southeast Vision 2050 is conceived not as a parallel ambition, but as a regional expression of a national development direction, one that places long-term planning, investment readiness, and execution discipline at the center of our growth. For our business leaders, entrepreneurs, and investors in this room, including those joining us from across the diaspora, let me say this clearly: this process is not academic. The intention is to surface real, bankable projects, clarify policy and regulatory bottlenecks, and build a credible pipeline that can attract domestic capital, diaspora capital, and institutional finance to develop the Southeast. Vision 2050 must ultimately translate into factories, farms, infrastructure, power, logistics, skills, jobs, and sustainable returns. If it does not, then it has failed. To our professional bodies, technical experts, practitioners, your standards, data, and lived experiences matter deeply here. This plan will be rigorous, evidence-based, and implementable. I also want to especially acknowledge the women and young professionals present here, as well as those joining us virtually from across the world. Your perspectives are not peripheral to this process. They are central to it. A vision that does not work for women and youth will not work at all. The Southeast diaspora is one of its greatest strategic assets. The presence of Igbo professional groups who have traveled from different parts of America to be here, alongside those participating virtually from Europe, North America, Asia, and beyond. It sends a powerful signal. Your skills, your networks, your capital, and your global exposure are not add-ons to this process. They are integral to this process. So over the next few days, we will interrogate difficult questions. How do we industrialize with very limited land at 29,000 square kilometers? If you were a state in the Southeast, we will be the 13th largest state. So you have states like Niger State that are 2.6 times larger than the Southeast. So when you think about infrastructure deployment, you think about education policy, you think about land administration policy. In 29,000 square kilometers, we have perhaps 5 different policies, but there are larger land masses that have just one. And all of this has implications for ease of doing business, for the business environment. But also, with deployment of infrastructure standpoint, we have a very small land mass. there is a need to actually have coordinated planning around how we put in place and utilize the land. Other questions such as how do we power growth sustainably? Everyone is setting up our regulatory commission. Fantastic and splendid idea. Is it possible for 5 states to have 800 megawatt plants each individually? We are all going to raise capital from the same pool of capital. So perhaps, if we can all speak to ourselves, come up with credible projects that plays a role and gives everybody their own equity and their stake, perhaps we start to look at projects that have scale and they become more palatable and easier to deploy. How do we finance development at scale? Very good question. If we add all the resources actually in the budget, we know that on average we have 20 or 30%, at best 50% budget implementation. We are really looking at about $2 billion. We have aspirations. The World Bank says $100 billion for Nigeria in terms of infrastructure deficit. In the Southeast, they say it's $10 billion for infrastructure deficit. It's study. But at best, we're losing about $2 billion as a region to pay salary, to pay overhead, to fix security, and then also to build prosperity around industries. But at the same time, we have $22 billion remittances coming in to Nigeria. From our estimates, just about $4 billion of that comes into the Southeast. The question is, why is that being fragmented invested? Why isn't that going into one power project, one rail project, one gas pipeline initiative? This is just some of the thinking that we need to spend time reflecting on as we get ready to contribute in the different panels. And the last question is, how do we build institutions that are really individual? Extremely important question. We have seen good administrations come and go many times in our region and across the country and across Africa per se. But real transformation is when it is sustainable. When we do without the person who's at the helm of activities, the institution continues to run and continues to deliver value. Question is big for us to do. So the success of this forum will not be measured by speeches or attendance numbers. It will be measured by clarity, alignment, and follow through. Where is it now? The UCDC is not this. I will say the conversation we were having over the last 1 week. It's not happening. We can't follow this forward. We have to find a way to mobilize. So now we have 3,500 people here. But for us, at SCDC, and for us as Southeasterners, meaning every Nigerian who lives here, what we want is 200 people who are ready here to contribute to the development of the plan versus a few hall of 5,000. And if your people in mind, they say, March 1, we're voting next year. All of these people will walk out. So what we want to do is to create the right ecosystem and environment that allows every single person here have collective ownership in what we are doing. Government is the administrator. Our job is to take your ideas, your aspirations, your contributions, and piece that out, working closely with the different state governments into a plan that we have ownership in. Because when the implementation of that plan comes, and there is a role for us to either invest in it or make some sacrifices, it becomes easier. So to close, I encourage everyone here to engage openly, constructively, and generously. Challenge assumptions. Share practical ideas. What is a practical idea? No, I don't think this how they should do power. I think this is a better project to do. That's just a dream. I think we should do a project that has 500 megawatt plants. Funding can come from here and there. These are organizations that are interested. That is a good that living here we can work on. So no idealistic aspirations, focused, pragmatic contributions. So let's think regionally. Even while we continue to act globally. If we do this right, the Southeast Vision 2050 will not be another document. It will become a shared roadmap owned by government, business, professionals, the diaspora, the faith-based organizations, the women, the youth, and the wider stakeholder group of the Southeast of Nigeria. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu established the Regional Development Commission with a view to tackle the long-standing inequities across geographical zones. Each commission is mandated to deliver tailored, region-specific, domesticated, and data-driven interventions that will catalyze inclusive growth, stabilize local economies, while also sustaining long-term prosperity. Through the commissions, regions can set shared priorities, leverage scale for intervention, for infrastructure investments, able to link local strengths to national objectives, while delivering public investments and coherence across the states. As an example, we know that transport corridors, the agricultural value chains, environmental risks, even security dynamics cut across state boundaries. Now for the Southeast itself presents one of the greatest cases for a regional approach, because it's a region that is defined by enterprise, dense human capital, and a globally connected diaspora. We have cities like Aba, Enugu already functioning as naturally integrated economic ecosystems. They are connected by trade, connected by labor, and also supply chains. Now, if we approach regionally, these strengths can be scaled for greater competitiveness, resilience, and investment. So the SDC is strategically positioned to support this by aligning state efforts, advancing shared priorities, and also partnerships. And this way will connect the regional strengths to national development goals. But institutions alone cannot address this. I think we heard that from Mark earlier as well. The success will depend on political will, the private sector partnerships, community engagements, and a shared understanding that regional coordination strengthens state autonomy rather than weakening it. So in closing, the Regional Development Commission's response to a simple truth, and that is Nigeria cannot achieve inclusive growth unless the regions are empowered to develop in line with the unique assets and challenges that they have. So for the Southeast, this is an opportunity to consolidate strengths, address structural constraints, and rightfully position itself as a competitive and investable region within the Nigerian economy. So the task before us is not to debate whether the regional development is necessary, but to ensure that it actually delivers real, visible outcomes for the people that we serve. Thank you very much for listening.
It is a great pleasure that I stand before you at this very important forum. This gathering marks a significant milestone in our collective journey towards shaping the future of our great region. As we convene under the theme, charting the shared path to sustainable prosperity for the Southeast, we are reminded that our region's progress is a shared responsibility. We must work together to unlock our potential, must leverage our strengths, and address our challenges. Today we embark on a journey to create a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable Southeast, where our people thrive and our heritage is preserved. The Southeast Development Commission has taken a bold step in organizing this forum and recommending their efforts. The themes of infrastructural development, human capital development, economic diversification, youth empowerment, regional integration are crucial to our progress. These are the building blocks of our shared prosperity. As we deliberate and urge us to focus on actionable strategies that will drive our region forward, let us identify specific problems, forge partnerships, and mobilize resources that will accelerate our growth. Let us ignite the spark that will drive our region forward, creating jobs, reducing poverty, and improving the quality of life for our people. I believe that together we can build a brighter future for ourselves and the generations to come. A future where our region is a hub of economic activity, innovation, and prosperity. Let us seize this opportunity and let us make it happen. Thank you very much. God bless you.
I congratulate the Southeast Development Commission, the Office of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Ministry of Regional Development, and state governments of the Southeastern states for convening this historic forum. It is timely, it is very strategic, and very, very necessary. The Southeast region is one of the most entrepreneurial regions in Africa. Our people build, create, innovate, and create. I stand today on behalf of manufacturers in the Southeast, those who invest, who produce, who employ, and export under some of the toughest conditions in Nigeria. The truth should be told. Our region is constrained in terms of its industrial potential by infrastructure gaps, weak logistics, limited access to long-term finance, and fragmented regional coordination. At the same time, the Southeast already has the highest concentration of indigenous manufacturers, these SMEs networks, and a strong diaspora capital base ready to invest if the right structures are put in place. So manufacturing is not trading. Manufacturing is long term. It's capital intensive and requires patient capital. It's asset heavy and productivity driven. If Nigeria is to industrialize, then the Southeast must industrialize. And so, this Southeast Vision 2050 therefore represents a defining opportunity to build a true production economy, one that is anchored on industrial parks, SME clusters, agro-processing corridors, and skilled workforce, of course, anchoring on a regional energy backbone. Our clear ask is very simple. prioritize affordable, reliable energy, prioritize shared industrial infrastructure, and prioritize patient long-term finance as the foundation for this vision. As manufacturers, we are ready to partner with the government. We are ready to invest. We are ready to create jobs. And we are ready to build export-oriented industries. But the industry needs systems. It needs power. It needs logistics. It needs skills, finance, and policy stability that will enable it to produce at a reduced cost in order to be quite competitive with products produced from other regions and clients. We look forward to a vision 2050 framework that is not just aspirational, but one that is executable, one that is bankable, one that is investable, and one that is sustainable, one that can translate our enterprise energy to industrial power and shared prosperity. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria Southeast stands fully committed to this journey. Thank you.
I'm happy to stand before you today in this August gathering on behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Ibisima, to formally welcome you to this Leading Southeast Vision 2020-2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum, organized by the Southeast Development Commission. His Excellency sends his sincere apologies for not being personally present today due to personal responsibilities, but he has directed me to convey his deep appreciation, goodwill, and total commitment to the vision, objective, and the expected outcomes of this historic forum. Today's gathering represents a defining milestone in the collective development journey of the Southeast region, a moment that calls for reflection, strategic thinking, and united action towards the shared future. The Southeast Vision 2050 Forum is not just another meeting. It is a strategic platform deliberately designed to bring together public and private sector leaders, development partners, and key stakeholders to collectively shape and also work towards a sustainable, inclusive, and a long-term development roadmap for our region. The initiative of the Southeast Development Commission in convening this forum demonstrates foresight, responsibility, and understanding of the urgency of structured regional planning in today's rapidly evolving socio-economic landscape. On behalf of the government of Enugu State, I want to welcome all stakeholders from all the Southeast states, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, Imo, who have gathered here in the spirit of regional solidarity and shared purpose. We also extend a special welcome to all our development partners, private sector investors, financial institutions, policy experts, and members of the diaspora whose expertise, experience, and resources are critical for the success of this vision. Enugu State is deeply honored to host this maiden edition of the Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum, and we assure you that our state is fully prepared to host you in a safe, orderly, and hierarchy-free manner. We have made deliberate arrangements to ensure your comfort, security, and confidence throughout your stay in Enugu, in keeping with our long-standing reputation for hospitality and organizational excellence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Southeast is blessed with immense human capital, entrepreneurial dynamism, cultural cohesion, and a strong spirit of resilience. However, unlocking the full potential of our region requires coordinated planning, long-term vision, policy alignment, and strong collaboration across states, sectors, and institutions. This forum therefore provides us with a rare opportunity to move beyond fragmented efforts and begin the process of building a unified, data-driven, future-oriented development agenda for the Southeast. The Aneke State government firmly believes that sustainable development must be people-centered, private sector-driven, innovation-led, and anchored on strong institutions, principles that are aligned perfectly with the Vision 2050 agenda. We also recognize that no single state can achieve transformational development in isolation. Therefore, regional cooperation, shared infrastructure, integrated markets, and a collective advocacy are indispensable to our collective success. It is in this spirit that Aneke State continues to support regional initiatives that promote economic integration, industrial growth, human capital development, and social inclusion across the Southeast. As deliberations commence today, His Excellency encourages all participants to engage in its openness, sincerity, and a solution-oriented mindset, bearing in mind that the decisions we make today and through this period will shape and define the future generations yet unborn. We look forward to the robust discussion that are evidence-based, forward-looking, and focused on practical solutions to the development challenges confronting our region currently. Tomorrow's participation of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria further underscores the national significance of this forum and the federal government's interest in inclusive, regionally balanced development. We are confident that the outcomes of this engagement will strengthen collaboration between the Southeast, the federal government, development partners, and private sector actors. Let me reaffirm that Aneke State stands ready to partner with the Southeast Development Commission and assist the states in translating the Vision 2050 framework into corporate policies, programs, and investments. Distinguished stakeholders, history will not judge us by the elegance of our speeches or by the clarity of our vision, the strength of our partnership, and the impact of our actions. As we begin today's session, may our deliberations be guided by unity of purpose, strategic foresight, and an unwavering commitment to the collective good of the Southeast. On behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Aneke State, Dr. Peter Ndubisi, I once again welcome you all to Enugu, the cold city state, and declare open the technical session.
Vision 2050 must be more than an aspirational document. It must become a lived reality in our villages, our cities. For many of our people, development begins with very simple things: good roads to move farm produce, reliable electricity to power small businesses, clean water, accessible healthcare, and skill for young people. The Southeast has enormous human capital. Our youths are creative, our women are industrious, our farmers are resilient. What we lack is coordinated infrastructure and intentional investments. Without functional roads, agribusiness cannot thrive. Without energy, manufacturing will stall. Without digital access, our youth remain excluded from the global economy. As someone who has worked closely with young girls through the more about their foundation, I've seen how exposure to ICT, solar technology, transforms confidence and creates opportunity. Women and youth must therefore be central to Vision 2050, not added as an afterthought. I urge Southeast Development Commission and the federal government to ensure this vision is implementation driven with clear timelines, community participation and accountability. Let development be measured not by conferences held, but by markets connected, clinics powered, schools digitalized, and jobs created. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, development is bigger than party politics. It is about people. Leadership means showing up where decisions are shaped and ensuring your people are not forgotten. I believe the Southeast can rise, but equally the Vision 2050 is rooted in action, inclusion, and measurable outcomes. Thank you.
And this, so our intention is always to work with all institutions, all persons, the NPAs, so that we can enhance our shared interest and also achieve our mutual interest. Both our countries have quite a lot to do with the independence in the continent, and our coming together will share not just the destinies of our people, but the people of our continent. We continue to speak to the idea that as Africans we must always have our own way of solving our issues, but also we must share our prosperity. So the prosperity of Nigeria is the prosperity of Kenya and by extension the continent. And so I'm proud to be here. And I'm glad and I'm looking forward for vast events and continued engagement, not just for this event, but going forward. And I want to inform you that as Kenya last year in July, Kenya opened her borders to all the citizens of Nigeria. Now we can visit Kenya without visa instead of at least 60 days. So we give to Kenya in non-private capacities to do trade, to engage, and I'm happy to do the Southeast. I know that many Kenyans who are here, so a number of you are relatives to our Kenyans, their brothers and sisters. So let's continue to connect all our people because we're just one, but divided by geography. As a student, thank you.
Sometime in 2004, there was an attempt to establish a pink village in the southeast. And two options were available, the Bonny State and the Enugu State. A place that would be a headquarters so to self-production among other things. It didn't happen because the southeast, quote unquote, stakeholders in Nollywood were probably among themselves. We are completing a meeting. Usia Pasi was the man in the department, among many other things. Locally, you see that even nations within the departments are struggling to come together at the level of their core vision. Some of you, most of you, I'm sure, know the leadership institute in Arlington. It was set up by Ronald Reagan, the chief of staff to Reagan, by Otto Clark, the chief of staff to Ronald Reagan. Their business to recreate the American tradition. Teach as many young Americans as possible core American values and make sure they get into the state department to maintain national consensus. Last year, but that's by the way. So let's look at the topic. Okay. Creating a shared future for the Southeast. When you say shared future, it means that at least two people involved. It also means that it's a future that must endorse before we begin to share it. That future must be a vision they agree on. And if all these details are not in place, we're not going to have a shared vision. And in addition to that, you have this. For that to happen, you're going to have challenges. If you should have in mind that let us go to Angola, you have to be sure I want to go.
If you talk about that there might be some states that have their cellular aspirations that are comfortable about, you must embrace them. And that means that for the consultation. Choices are going to be made in the road and in the future. That means everyone must endorse those choices. And it will be a shared vision. So, talking about visions. Speak to a technical problem. For regulatory sustainability, we desire a shared future, but ladies and gentlemen, look at this. That future must be conceptually meaningful to everybody involved. That means that if I say must say yes, I see what this is about, and I'm related in this and one along with it. It means it must be desirable, feasible, valuable, sustainable, and then ultimate value proposition. We desire the vision, we got a commission and everything. The process of getting everybody to endorse it will take us what will take us to where we want to go. But what I'm actually asked to do is to talk about Southeast Nigeria, where we are, where we will be, and rather say where we should be, and what is holding us back. My first response is that all of us are here together. I'm not the one who brought you here. I don't know where you could be if you were not here. And nobody should call me about what's holding us back. Having said that, major submission for me before I go into other details is that a new Southeast vision and development is possible. The commission and its leadership working with the governors over that possibility. And I think everybody should joke with that. We need state to stop the ego-training philosophy of doing everything by himself and for himself. When you're riding a bicycle, there's only one engine, you. If you're riding somebody, more trouble for you. So essentially what I intend to do is to raise issues that will reduce reflection. Let us expand beyond not just the perfect, if you like, infrastructural issues on the economy. But these are not come for us to regret because all what we're coming together is to see again perspectives to share. And it's those perspectives focusing on. We need these things to focus on the areas of comparative advantage. We need these things to create a lobby to a regional template to the modern logistics system. We need network specialization and economy of scale and not unintelligent competition. And the point was well made by the chairman and also the MD. The land space of the Southeast is small. Massive infrastructure, particularly for movement, is being developed individually. In fact, in like consolidation, we try to bring the Minister of Education with us to consider communication. You have 3 to 4 examination bodies. All of them have exactly the same infrastructure. The same visa and all of that. And they make us, what is it? None of these is using the same capacity of what you have, so consolidation, less cost, etc. Now, consolidation of capacities in the Southeast, not that it just brings economies of scale, it also costs less. So we set up a government newspaper of Chairman of the Editorial Board. There was everything to go, you don't have to buy a distribution details. It will show our thinking to say we're not looking at things, we're looking at economics. How many are we printing now? 10,000 copies. Why should we buy distribution vehicles? Let's go to those who already have vehicles, negotiate any pay, and let them carry our papers. That's what will happen. Then presumption that when you say you're right, you've done something. It is the nation to get involved in real terms. So when you create a strategy, you must decide on the template. And then sequence your engagement. We sometimes have very good ideas. But people make recommendations that are not meaningful. We recommend that excellency should create opportunities for others to be employed. I agree. Questions are not dedicated. Implementation strategies not dedicated. And you find that in most government activities, a retreat, a company that can best describe as statements of good intention. Let us look at the SCTC template. It's just an example we should take away forward. Anyone person has the courage to clap?
You know what? You're working black, and you guess what? I get it. If you had a car, that's what you need. So, looking at it more closely, ladies and gentlemen, infrastructural deficit is part of our problem. Substandard growth, self-generated power making people spend money they need to, they don't need to spend. Poor overall transportation logistics is not entirely our fault, it's not even our fault. We built a rail to Niger Republic, right? Undersubscribed and subsidized. And the Canberra is what we built in the Southwest. I read that 2 days ago. Anybody did? All of the states. There is none in the Southwest. No. That's one out of there. So you find that because of this obvious and no real government establishment that makes up for the society posted to the Southwest, you find that many of us then adopt a purely limitational approach to rescue the environment. The experts are enumerating all the bad treatment. We shall see. He goes to his house and sits down. Strategic engagement. It's also time for us to forget certain things. You will bear it in mind, but that is not the reason why you not engage in the present. We've seen they don't like us, let's be doing our own, but then they be policies. Ladies and gentlemen, let us see the whole SAGC of our society. Now, I agree with regional coordination and limited bargaining power. I said most people who go to the sector and come to form is not the same in all other places. No trust in control leadership with citizens see politics as elites and them. Security and other issues exist, and they are characterized by armed groups, sit-at-home instructions, and heavy-handed local tasks and acts forces. That is something to be looked at on its own. You have no skills. You can't teach, you can't teach, you can't do anything. It's either you let a hunger or you go into an robbery or you can carry it. If you are a lady, you have no skill, it's because you're doing fine. Somebody talks to you, carries you, you're very happy, you're spending your earning program. Nobody cares about you, just the way you back up and eat, that's what you become. You're not a person. And then you go on that business, maybe 5 years, you never begin to look at it so worried. Then you can't become again, but what again and tell them all I've seen. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why I think you need evidence on what is possible within the environment. And you can see I'm giving more and more towards that hidden component of leadership become part of the responsibility, even if you understand the messages. Because when they are done these days, they bring the young people together and make motivational speeches to them. Never works. In one instance, what I did as a body, because the whole program was to take one of Oliver's sons and they go,
Yes, I'm here to represent the Deputy Speaker, but also the Chairman, House Committee on Southeast Development Commission, which I'm also deputizing. I'm the Deputy. I feel proud. I feel that it's long overdue. I feel that it's deserved. I also feel that the people of Southeast, it is more or less an instrument of necessity to address a lot of industrial dislocations that happened through the Civil War, and also to create a balance between others. However, I always say that it isn't a privilege, because what is good for the gender is also good for the for the goods. Yeah, so I feel that it isn't much of a privilege, but I will thank the president who made it possible, who also accepted to it and knowing the importance of it. And I also thank the member, because the bill was sponsored by every member from the Southeast, led by His Excellency Benjamin Carlo, and he followed it like no other thing is deceased till this passage. So we thank him thank the president for the assent and thank him so much for his magnanimity, because it should have been actually one of the first, because of the issues of the civil war, the devastation of infrastructure as a result of the war which was said to be the Victor language. So I think we should have long overdue. However, I will also point out that commissions will succeed better most times when it is out of necessity, not out of convenience. Yeah. Thank you.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Gondo ndo ala toka yana anaba ke nyando na wo ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụtanwuru ya ị mara na nsogbu rere ya Olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ ndụ n'ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na ya dị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie dipụtara anyị na-ere nke
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex. In regions like Sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria, the problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, Marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to the prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increase number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have keyed into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition VAP Act. The register includes information on the convicted offenders as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence. simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. You can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Peace is not passive. It is built. It grows through tolerance, justice, and mutual respect. Without peace, development is a dream. We all play a role, from homes to nations, choosing peace in our actions and words can transform the world. Be a peacemaker.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991 from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef, or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival. This carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Southeast has seen major political shifts in recent years, from infrastructure drives to security reforms and economic policies. But the big question Nigerians are asking on the street today is simple. Who is really delivering? We are taking this conversation directly to the people.
My best knowledge and understanding and what I have seen and experienced is that the best governor I know now is Governor Alex Oti. I have traveled to other states. I have seen the good work the man is doing. He's doing many things. That's why I'm saying that Abia State, Governor Alex Oti is the best governor so far for Southeast.
I've not been into Abia State, but they say that Governor Oti is doing very well. But here in Enugu State, where I am now, I'm talking to you. I think if I'm asked to rate, I will rate our governor as the best governor in the Southeast, Dr. Peter Mba. If you look at the transformation agenda of what I've been doing here, you see that within the space of 2.5 years, Enugu State has been transformed to what we don't know now. Economically, socially, security-wise, and every other thing. I think I can rate him 85%.
Mba is doing his best. Soludo is doing his best. I get it. When it comes to structure, Mba is doing better than others. I'm a civil servant. It's not owing the salaries of civil servants, even the retirees, is paying them before those in service now. He paid the retirees before paying those in service. The kind of structure is doing better than the past governors.
So far, it depends on the view we're looking at. So in my own view, I feel Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has been the standout governor so far. Being a first-time governor, and considering the developments he's been doing in Abia State so far, considering the damages that has been done for the past 16 years in Abia State, and what he has achieved so far, I feel he's really doing well compared to the other governors. In terms of infrastructure development, we've seen a rise in Abia State. That's one. Then in terms of payment of pensions, we've seen big development as well. Then in terms of education as well, we've seen big development. So then in terms of security, we've seen big developments compared to what used to be in Abia State before.
By my rating, the governor of Enugu State, His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba, is the first governor in Southeast and in terms of infrastructure, he has been doing very well. In terms of education, he has been doing very well. Smart school everywhere. In the 240 or 260 political work in Enugu State, the governor have done smart school there. In the health sector, the 260 wards have also type C health center, that's the hospital that the governor is doing. You can see all over the governor is doing roads, that's infrastructure everywhere, trying to beautify it. And you can see, for past a year plus now, the state is very, very beautiful. And the governor of the state.
From roads to security, from education to economic reforms, opinions clearly differ. But one thing is certain: the people are watching, assessing, and demanding results. This is your voice, your verdict, and your democracy. Keep the conversation going. Subscribe, comment, and tell us who you think deserve the crown. Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we are fate, but what we are, at our core remains.
As technology continues to advance, artificial intelligence is finding its way into every aspect of our lives, including education. But as school experience with AI teachers and virtual classrooms, one question remains: can we trust AI to educate our children? Today we hit the street to find out what Nigerians think.
I wouldn't trust AI to, they educate, but they can inform. There's a difference between education and information. Education is like training, taking over. You have a teacher in school. You should listen to your lecturer. It's not about what somebody says. Or this is garbage in, garbage out. Even those of us who use computer know that at a stage computer gets confused on which word to put. The same thing applies to those of you who use Google to travel. At a stage, Google can carry you to another place. So you can consult AI when the need arises. It's especially for research work. If you are writing your project now, there are things you want to get to know. You ask AI. AI will tell you. You put it in your work. Or if you are a student, for instance, or you are doing a research. Not that things you are supposed to learn in school, then you drop it and AI will take over.
Yeah. Because it's more understanding than anything. It's more they are more understanding.
One thing there is that change is the only thing that is constant. In this era, if you say that you wouldn't want your children to learn through AI or whatever, that means you don't understand the extent that AI is going. Yes, of course, they must have to learn through the use of AI, but that cannot replace the involvement of human beings, because AI may be efficient, but it doesn't have that empathy that human beings have. So there are certain things embedded in nature, made by God himself, that no technology can reproduce, and those things are why we cannot ignore certain other things that must be brought in even as we use technology. But as for whether I would want my children to imbibe the AI stuff, that one is certain, because this is the era for it. A lot of things are now being done using AI.
I prefer human being. AI is a robot. It's not everything that he knows. But human being, naturally, there are some things he explained. It's not just how do I put it? It's not. Sometimes you ask questions and human being explain with nature, but robot don't know anything about nature. He cannot explain. It's only what he thinks is better. Let me just say, most of the time, ask AI a question, he will say he don't know it. But as a human, once you are educated and you exist, you just have a little reference to what someone has. Even if you cannot tell the full detail of that, but you can give out something that the person will hold on.
I trust AI to educate me because it's an artificial intelligence which can make you to be what? To be computer literate, that will guide you, and also you can use it to empower yourself in order for you to be financial dependent. It can lecture you into a technology aspect of life, which you can use it to produce a lot of things and be useful to yourself. I don't think that there is any negative side of it, because for my children, it helps them in solving their homework, which there is artificial AI, that is artificial intelligence app, that is in my phone, that will help my son to do some of his homework by himself in mathematics.
AI, there is the human factor. AI is not as calculative. AI cannot calculate, okay, this is what you need. For example, when you say my educational level, you mean as like different professions now. So for example, in medicine, AI does not know, AI does not have experience, so AI cannot train me according to what's happening in real life situation. It only has intelligence. There's intelligence and there's real life circumstance. So AI can't give practical examples. So in the negative side, I realize maybe it can make people become lazy, because every little thing people now jump to AI. It can reduce their intelligence quotient, because what makes people intelligent is stress their mind to think more. So AI can make people stop thinking, and which is now reducing their intelligence quotient, which means that whenever there is no AI, they can't function properly.
I prefer human beings to educate my children, because I think they most had a knowledge about education. AI just came like a year ago or 2 years ago. In as much as, yes, the world is internet based and AI is what is the main issue right now, but I would still prefer a human than AI. Concerning our society these days, the children these days are so internet inclined. So, and we parents these days are trying to be very, very careful with what our children see online. So, if my child is above 16, I can trust AI. But below that age, I wouldn't want to, because of what is in the internet these days.
The opinions on AI education are mixed. While some see it as future of learning, others remain cautious. One thing is clear: as technology shapes our classrooms, the conversation about trust, qualities, and human touch in education is only just beginning. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Peace is not passive. It is built. It grows through tolerance, justice, and mutual respect. Without peace, development is a dream. We all play a role, from homes to nations, choosing peace in our actions and words can transform the world. Be a peacemaker.
Yes, Kenkenem, what's up, what's up, Co City, what's up, Ndienu, what's up? This is Aneke TV Entertainment just this hour, and I'm just bringing you what's happening in the world of entertainment. I'm gonna bring you the gist as they happen, and I'm not telling you things that are not happening. In case you want to know, just hang on. Well, I am your one and only Commissioner of Enjoyment, and I do this. If you notice, I've been sharing a lot of good things. I've told my guys that we are going to have the palliative that is coming in today. Palliative is on its way, and because man is ready for enjoyment. And are you ready? I don't know if you're ready with me, because if you're ready with me, let's do this. Let's do this in a fun way. Let's do this in the best way we can do this, because it is important that never opening or now you have to open your eyes, because a boom gist. Yeah. First story I want to bring to your way is that there is this rumor about Kim Kardashian and Lewis Hamilton. And this just is particularly about something that looks weird. Well, you know Kim Kardashian, you know Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton is an F1 driver who moved from Mercedes last year, who he has won a lot of the F1 trophy. Now he is at Ferrari. He has been driving this Ferrari, guys. He has been driving guys crazy, and he has been driving a lot of it. And it is a rumor, allegedly, that he is in a relationship with Kim Kardashian. I hope you know who Kim Kardashian is. Kim Kardashian is one of the world's best entertainment show blogger. Well, not just show blogger, but when I was growing up, I watched a lot of shows when just a vlog or something named Keeping It Up with Kim, having it up with Kim, and it means catching up with Kim, the Kardashians, you know, Kardashians. I was watching it, and I watched the show very well when I was growing up, and that was where I knew this lady, this wonderful lady, Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian, she was married to Yeezy. You know who Yeezy is? Yeezy is this guy that we're talking about, Kanye West. Kanye West actually was the husband of Yeezy. What am I even saying? Kanye West is actually the husband of was the husband of Kim Kardashian. Now, Kim Kardashian, the rumor says that Kim Kardashian paid Lewis Hamilton $45 million so that they could just fake it that both of them are in a relationship, and they could pepper them gang. That means they could pepper. She wanted to pepper Kanye West. You know Kanye West, they divorced many years ago. You see Kanye West over there, they divorced many years ago, and they were the most favorite couple of celebrities. Celebrities were looking up to these guys, and I'm actually thinking about the moral lesson here, because Kim Kardashian is 45 and Lewis Hamilton is 41. Now, looking at their relationship, I'm talking about the F1 driver Lewis Hamilton and Kim Kardashian. What are these guys even up to? What are they actually doing? What is it that they want to achieve right now? Because life don't just day, everything is just happening. What do they actually want to get? And that is something that I may not really bring your way now, because I have other things I want to talk about, and I will leave that to the question. And I want you to answer that yourself. You see how all of them, I love it, Dovey. But if I actually pay a girl to fake that I'm in a relationship with her, or the girl pays me to fake that I'm in a relationship with her, and that's just to make money. That's just to make money, because both of them look cute together. They look so want to really go. Oh, they look very good together, and that is amazing. Well, they are just faking this from the news we're having. We expect them to make it after they are done faking it. Yeah, we expect them. Well, it is said that Kanye West has moved on with Bianca Censori, and they are living happily. They are fine. From the news we're having this morning, it means that this is just to pepper them gang. That's what Kim Kardashian's keeping up with with the Kardashians. This is what Kim herself is bringing to the table to pepper. Make sure she's peppering the Yeezy master. I'm talking about Kanye West. You remember many years ago when Kanye West had a choir? a choir that was doing a lot of great things. They were singing very well. They sang a lot of great songs that really was spirit lifting. Of course, when he said that he is now, that he has repented, that is now a born again, and that made him to lead a movement of people singing. And you know, when people say they are born again, they have repented, they have followed Christ now, they will try to, especially when they are celebrities, they'll try to carve out something to start doing so that they can really follow. Well, I'm telling you that that has not really worked. It's hard to see someone who just repented and just started a movement. At the end of the day, they just get tired. That is what we have seen, because repentance is, I'm not going to preach to you, but I'm going to tell you that repentance has to take some roots. Repentance has to take some roots, and I'm telling you that you need to take time studying who you repented to, and take time finding the lifestyle of who you repented to before you come to the limelight. There's nothing like setting cameras to pray or to do something. I know you want to show guys things. You want to show people that you are now a born again, whatever you are. But there's no need of just bringing camera out there to pray or to, you know, record and post on social media. Now, moving on to the story, we're talking about Chiwetalago. Chiwetalago, this man, I hope you know him from Nollywood. This man, he was sensational when he was acting. I really love this man, but he was a lot of problem in the Nollywood. In the Nollywood, when I mean problem, he was a good problem, because he he made some funny remarks. He was the one that said, "Ekwensu abaloman you defense." This is exactly how he said it. Ekwensu abaloman you defense. This is actually how he used to say it back then. He made a lot of remarks that was very funny, and that was how he came into the Nigerian Nollywood scene. Now, looking at him with the wife, it is said that the wife is really taking care of him. And when I watched this video, I was all the now I'm telling you the truth. The wife looks younger, and you know, somehow it dawns on you that one day you get old, and one day you will not be a sweet 16 forever. I be sweet 16. If you do like this, I go tell mommy, I go tell mommy. You cannot be sweet 16 together. You see what's going on? Well, talking about their story, they have actually been in love for a long time. And looking at Chiwetalago, Chiwetalago, he has actually garnered the experience, and now he is just resting. He is just resting. A veteran, of course, he is resting. He's taking some rest, and the wife is taking care of him. Now, let me tell you something. Sometimes it looks like we are not saying the truth, but it's good that you end up, from what other people are saying, that you end up with who will take care of you when you get old. Now I want to ask you sugar daddy, who will take care of you when you get old? Well, you have been spoiling your relationships, you've been spoiling your marriage, you've been beating your wife. Who will take care of you when you get old? Of course, you're older than her, but why are you doing like that? Can't you just learn from those two guys? They are so amazing, and I'm telling you that they are so amazing. Now, I want to bring you another thing, another gist. In case you are trying to name your children, please name them names that can help us to survive. Name them names that can help us to survive, because if you don't name them names, it will be a problem. Now, before I bring you that story, I want to go on a short break. When I return, I'm going to tell you about and what the names of your children could cause. Thank you very much. Just hang on there. I'll be right back. Don't touch that dial.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Gondo ndo ala atoka ana nke nyano na awo iba ya dino ogologo ndo aruke no do ma ibeje ne ndo anya na onye ngori ibeje ne ndo anya elufuta muri imana na nsogbu ya olisebu wa na keneri chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ n'ogologo anya na-abụ nduzi na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991 from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the 4 major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Imo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas.
Hi, we are back. Everyone say we are back. We are back. We are back. Now, I didn't just come back alone. I came back with the best of the best. I'm talking about the person that was dealing with me yesterday. She has decided to grace this wonderful occasion. The problem now is that I don't have many cards to give her because I've already promised her heaven and earth. But because heaven and earth will pass away, let's wait for the next promise so that it will be as if there's nothing I said. I'm trying to confuse you, but not to convince you, because I have Mma, the pretty Mma here with me. Hello, Mma.
Hi, hello, Kosiri. How you all doing today? Hope you all are having an amazing time today. Okay, enjoy this show. Stay tuned, okay?
I don't really know what's inspiring you to be this beautiful, because I was competing with your colleagues. I mean, as the commissioner for enjoyment, I was competing with your colleagues in beauty. Now I think my beauty has taken another turn. Now I'm bigger. So what's really inspiring you to be beauty? So I will know how to finesse my own beauty.
You know,
I mean,
you were saying that you saying that he's actually fine.
Yeah.
You were like you were overtaking all the beauties, right?
All the beauty.
Have you heard that? Have you heard of the say the beautiful ones are not yet born?
That is the reason why my name is Brother Born. So the beautiful ones are not yet born. That's me.
We are born right now. So I know those beautiful ones that just
wait, are you a footballer? Cause you dribbled me now. You just dribbled me now. You really dribbled me. This is the first time they are dribbling me on this show. Congratulations.
I'm happy I won.
You dribbled me very well. I think I like that. Now, coming today, I see how you're dressing. What's really inspiring you on this TGIF edition? Why are you on this your beautiful top? Well, beauty. What's really inspiring you to wear this top and be on this your shorts down, man? What's happening? Are we going out?
We're not going out. I love to dress up. Okay. Whether I'm going out or not, I like to dress nice. I love to look beautiful.
So wait, in your house, whether you're going out or not, you can be like this on your bed?
Not like particularly like this, but a little bit of it, simple, but I don't like to be caught on fresh.
Oh,
so I like to be fresh
never to
always.
Be caught on. That's how stars do.
Yeah, that's how stars. So I do dress up.
You do dress up.
Yeah.
Now I want to bring, because we're talking about dressing now, I want to ask you, if you are a woman who, when you get married tomorrow, don't you want to get married?
Of course, who doesn't want to?
There are people who does not want to.
In as much as marriage is not an achievement, but I would love to try it. I would love to get married to my Prince Charming.
Is it Prince Charming or Prince Charming?
My Prince Charming.
Prince Charming or Prince Charming? Prince Charming.
Yes.
Now I want to tell you something. Look at this. What do you mean? Some ladies have said, when you are married, you should dress very, very good around your husband. And do you think that those people that tie wrapper are they are tired of the man, so they tie wrapper and they just move around like that? Do you think it's actually, will you be a wrap up woman or a very, very rugged?
I'll be a very rugged wife.
Rugged? Is it rugged?
The reason being that some women feel, because I am married, he's my husband. Okay, he belongs to me. He wouldn't leave me. So he is mine. So for that, I would dress however I want. I can tie a around. He doesn't mind. But deep down, he minds actually.
He minds.
So he minds. For the fact that you're married, you have kids. Does not mean you should neglect your looks. Your appearance matters a lot. There's something that sparked your husband while coming to you. That what made him or attracted him towards you. And I want you to continue being that way. Keep doing that which attracted him in the first place to you. There was something which attracted him in the first place. So keep dressing, dress nice around your house, dress sexy. Please do not tie up around the house. Ladies, dress properly, dress nice. Going out and stay indoors.
Can we also tell
I work on your shape.
Your shape.
Because when a woman gives birth, there's changes
hormonal changes, a lot of changes in her body, her appearance. You know, she has fat, belly, and all that. So you need to work on it.
All right.
For the fact you feel you've given birth, you just become so lazy.
So lazy, right?
Yeah, you don't care about your appearance.
Let's talk about it this way. Let's talk about this way. Can we also tell married women to also smell nice too?
That's one important thing.
To also smell nice. Like,
it's a very
outside and inside. Because sometimes I have actually seen a lot of situations where you are going somewhere. Let's say you are me with my convoy. We're moving. You know, Commissioner.
I love your dream. I love the way you dream big. You know, it inspires me too.
Wait, my reality is big.
Yeah, you're like, I love your confidence. The way you don't see yourself small. You always think big.
Yes,
it's good. Be positive.
Yeah, we're moving. Thank you very much for that. We're moving, and I think someone wanted to just hand something over to someone, and I was like, oh, what's that? Please just take the hand back. Because it's not as if you're wearing a handbag. Just take your hand back because there's a problem here. And you know, several times I've had conversations with people, and I'm asking them just basic question. Oh, how do you do this? Some people tell me, oh, this is not important. And I think that you should actually talk to young married women out there to make sure they are looking not just great, but also smelling nice, beautiful, inside and outside. I think that's really something that we need to talk about. Now, I want to tell you something, Emma. Today is Thank God It's Friday edition, and I came with a lot of goodies.
Oh, of course. I can't wait to.
You can't wait, right? you know, one thing about me that people don't know is that as the commissioner, it is not just in my hands to do good. It is also in my hands to bring the vibes.
Obviously.
So what
because enjoyment is it's compatible with was our vibe.
You get fun and vibe, enjoyment, everything is just doing. But let's go to Very Dark Man. Let's go to that issue he is having with B-Lord. Looking at this issue, yesterday Very Dark Man said, B-Lord said he brought out a card he's going to be selling 40 million plus. And he told people to buy. The same car, Very Dark Man brought it out and say slash it to 28 million.
Okay.
So, what is really happening between these two guys? What is actually the problem?
I think I don't really look into their matter. Okay. I actually came across them when B-Lord and Very Dark Man were having a dispute concerning phone issues. Right. That was when I came across them. But I didn't know the issue erupted again. Okay. So the thing is, they are all being business-minded people. Okay. But you know, in business, some person would be selling a certain amount. Let's say I'm selling something to you. I'm selling it 500. Meanwhile, you're selling it 300 naira. People will love to buy from you who sells 300 naira, right? And leave the other one who sells 500 naira because it's cheaper. So it is business. This person is trying to make his price higher. Meanwhile, Very Dark Man is trying to bring his lower for people to get more customers.
Most customers.
Yes.
But don't you think it's because of their
beef, right?
Their beef.
Yes, he's trying to come in again. I think Very Dark Man is kind of overdoing sometimes. I love what he do sometimes. He has a lot of a lot of influence in some aspects. But sometimes I feel he does too much. He talks too much. Just wants to be noticed. It fights all means to get validation. It's not good.
But really, looking at Very Dark Man right now, and looking at what he's doing for Nigerians, don't you think he's doing enough for Nigerians? The other day, Burna Boy sent him 140 million naira. Not alleged, it's true. Then the other day, Don Jazzy gave him 100 million naira. And he started sharing this money, but on the basis that you will tell him what 1 million naira can do for you. You actually know this. So now, looking at this scenario now, don't you think he's doing enough for Nigeria? Then, on the other hand, B-Lord, being a socialite and a philanthropist, has done a lot for other people. During the Christmas period, he shared a lot. Even in his community, he's known for doing well. Now, these two people have actually built a reputation. This one for themselves. Whether it's false or true, whether it's true or not, is actually they have built a reputation that wherever you mention their name, their work follows their name. Their name follows their work. Now, don't you think that these two people, should not be in this kind of rift. Do you think this is cloud chasing from both of them?
Exactly.
Okay.
It is cloud chasing.
All right.
To me, whatever that has to do with all these online people, celebrities, I feel it's cloud chasing.
Okay.
They are trying to get more engagement in their social platform, whatever. So all are cloud chasing, especially the very dark man. He's always on that. You know, in the case of Wizkid and Bella's son, he came out to bash Wizkid because Wizkid didn't give him that that face he needed. Okay. He now tried to fight Wizkid.
You see?
Yeah. So all these are cloud chasing. I don't believe everything I say. I don't believe it is true. Even the phone issue they had, they all cloud chasing.
That phone, let's go to that phone now. That phone, don't you think that there could be an issue with that phone if a phone is meant to be sold at a certain amount? And don't you think the company, you notice there was no sanction from the companies?
Yeah.
It was the same phone, an upgraded phone that this person bought. But don't you think that very dark man is waiting for B-Lord to act or do something? So each of them is capitalizing on each other's clout and mummery. You can call that mummery. You know, that's a new word for mumu. Mummery. They are moving on each other. But don't you think that at the end of the day they will still come together and maybe because the image I'm having right now is that both of them are drinking together and talking.
Trust me,
other people are just.
Trust me, the same goes to the without whiskey. People see them as enemies online, but meanwhile behind closed doors they are friends.
They're friends. Yes,
Yeah,
of course.
they dine together.
Yes,
I can remember back then around 2022 2023 they went clubbing together. People were like, what? They are friends.
They are friends.
All these are just their fans doing all this fanship and all that. They are the ones speculating the whole issue, you know, bringing up issues between the two hardworking young men. Okay, these people really dying together behind closed doors, but we don't know about it. All these are just cloud chasing. They're trying to get more attention.
Do you get?
But they are making money out of
They are really
this.
making money.
They are getting
because
money.
you know as you trend now.
Yeah.
You know one thing that NG social lawyer said one day. She said that as you trend, what happens is that you have more visibility.
That's exactly.
And more visibility is more money.
Exactly.
For instance, Pella was dragged.
Yeah.
For not meeting ISO speed. Now, what you could say it's an evil or a foolery in a general sense of participation from Pella now turns around for him that he got another Benz just because of the dragging.
See?
Now, I think there are people who are hidden, who have this thing called hidden wealth, that are waiting for people to, you know, jump into the scene, jump into the river, then they will start to unleash the wealth on them. And don't you think Nigeria as a whole, that we are good people? Because how many people have you heard that went from nothing to something just by, like, it's just the normal order of the day that as you are now, you now go, once you are popular, you did something and everybody now knew what you did. And it was kind of, even if it was mumu, whatever it is, now people, let's say 100,000 people has seen you doing that. Don't you think from that 100,000 people, one person may say, oh, take 1 million, especially when it comes to humanitarian help. Did you not see in the news somewhere, sometime around 2022, 2023, but this news came last year, of course. This guy, he was selling water. I'm talking about this guy, he was selling bottled water. So prisoners who were moving to a correctional center.
Yeah, I heard of that.
Yeah, so
I think it's pure water.
Pure water. Then Obi Kubana now, he was giving them water. Now Obi Kubana now took in the guy, and the guy just graduated last year from law. Do you get? Are you seeing it?
Yeah.
So now, talking about that, see that kind of visibility, don't you think Nigerians are good people? Because I think Nigerians are good people. What do you think?
Nigerians are good people.
They are great people.
We are great, okay? No matter what happens. The only problem we have here is bad government and all that. So, but Nigeria, I love my country.
I love my country. I love my country.
Yeah, if I have the means,
yes,
enough of it, I wouldn't mind traveling out. I wouldn't want to travel out. I would just stay over here. Because, you know, the people who enjoy this country are people who has money. If you have money, you're going to enjoy this country.
Let me ask you,
you.
how much do you think you have to enjoy Nigeria?
Just have millions in your account.
Like how many millions a month? Okay, let's say
as long as you're earning.
Okay, let me drive this home.
Okay.
Let me drive this home. Last week, I was asking NGNG. I was asking her how much if she is working. For instance, last week X paid the bloggers, people on X, they were paid last week because they were engaging and they were bringing in, they were raking in the visibility and all that. Now, I wanted to ask, is 4 million enough to focus on the 4 million job, or is it not enough so that you can now go and do other jobs? Are you meant to focus on a 4 million naira job that comes in every month? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like every month you are paid 4 million naira. Are you meant to focus on that job and milk what is in that job, or are you that kind of person that will still go and look for another job? Is it enough for you monthly?
You see, the thing is, if don't focus on a particular on the past success. Okay, when you earn something, that's why I wanted to put it. Well, when you earn something, you've made it, you've got the money. Let's say the person is paying 4 million. I don't think you should focus on that particular work. Get something else doing. Invest.
Okay.
In different aspects.
So
In
what
different
can you
businesses.
actually invest in?
Okay, I will say you should invest it in the land.
In a land,
Yes.
in a land of myth, in the
Like,
time of magic.
buy a
The
land.
great kingdom lies in the shadow of one guy. Or but really buy a land, and you know, when you buy a land, unless you're buying a remote land, when you're buying a land that has good quality documents, you are buying that land. I don't think there's a land of 4 million, of 1 million, because I don't know how your oblate is, how you want to oblate, because your oblate may just be one kind of just one-sided oblate. But now let's get back to our entertainment side, and let's just bring this thing. So talking about naming your children, I saw a tweet. It's talking about naming your children, like someone named his child abstinence. You know what abstinence is?
Abstinence, right?
Yes. And someone else named abstinence. You know what abstinence is?
Yeah.
You know what it is? Okay. Now someone else named, I've heard this name document.
That's nice.
I've heard name called, no, the guy is from Bayelsa. His name is Document.
Document?
Yes. You take the name as your parents named you. So its physics name is abstinence. Now there's a tweet, like the guy was asking this question. So, or why on earth will I be this kind of thing? Now, I want to ask you, but what are the names that are cute to give your children?
Okay.
I mean, like looking at, what are names that are good for you to, looking at the kind of place where we are coming from, what are the names that are very good to give your children? Yeah.
Okay, I would say a name to be given to a child should be Onyinye. Onyinye is good.
Why Onyinye?
Ebube. I love those names. Ebube. There's another one.
Okay.
Ifoma.
Yes. Yeah. Wow. That's awesome. That's so sweet. Yeah. Well,
Well, this person bearing abstinence. Is he actually abstaining from something? Because they say when you bear a name, your name follows you. Okay. So is he actually abstaining for a lot of things? The name should follow me.
But actually, what's the worst name you've ever heard?
The worst name I've ever had. Have I heard of name? God.
Have you? Okay. Do you know about Jill? J-I-L. Jill.
Jill.
It means Jesus is Lord.
Okay.
Someone bears that as a name.
Okay. It's only weird when a particular name, which is meant for a male child, given to a female.
So when you see a guy answering Ngozi,
it's kind of
weird.
I've
right?
heard someone answer Obina, a female
is answering Obina.
Yes.
But like, why do you think this thing keeps happening? Because you know one thing, people are just very stubborn in a way. They will say, oh, they received the name while they were doing this. They received the name that no matter the gender, they have named the child already. You will see that this child is a girl. You name the child Chijuki.
Now the name I just get to my head now, Paulina.
Paulina. For a guy.
No, like for a girl.
Paulina.
Paulina.
It's Paulina. I don't even think that name exists.
Like I've heard people answer that name. So I just feel like
Imagine someone dwelling for it sounds kind of actions.
Yes, of course, it sounds very Asian, but
It the same thing with my name. If I tell people that my name is Ugoma, they will be like, they will start talking about Hollywood movie.
No, I know your name has an ancient relationship.
Yes, yeah.
But it is still nice in the ear. For instance, Ugoma, Ugom, Omalechu Ugo. Hey, I know how to do this. I just know how to do this. You guys have not see, all of you that don't want to give me a chance, hold it there. I don't want you people again. I, the commissioner, have moved on.
He collected the card yesterday. You moved on for what exactly? After you collected your card from me yesterday, so I will not withdraw.
I'm not talking about.
So I will not spend.
Excuse me.
Money.
But we are talking about.
I will spend the money.
But we are talking about names. We're not talking about names.
We are talking about names.
How did you jump? Why are you that place you put the ball? Yeah. Who will keep it?
Because you just appreciated my name, so for that you give me your ATM card. Let me appreciate my pocket.
Okay, so now we're moving to the most critical part of our entertainment side today, because we're going to that pocket side.
All right.
Now let me ask you something. This has been on the trend here. When a guy is making an approach towards you where you are, what are the things that the guy will do that will make you to leave the guy who you are with and follow this guy? What are the things the guy will do that will really put you through? Don't talk about yourself, just talk about it in a generic form for women. Now talk about yourself. Let's move on.
Okay, I think it should be if the guy is able to match the girl's energy. Like let's say there's a particular trait the girl has, a particular personality the girl has. Okay. So you see the guy, they have something in common.
They can vibe
together. Yeah. He makes her happy, and the other one isn't.
Okay, so what?
So I feel this.
Let me ask you.
Attract the girl towards the guy.
Now I'm being very serious, because why I'm asking this question.
Yeah.
Is because how long will you be? That person that said they are not happy again. There was a time that guy was the world best. That guy was more than Ronaldo. The guy was more than Davido. No, seriously, because what we are talking about is, that women these days, even boys too, young men too, can be stubborn and can.
We have no gold diggers too.
Are you serious?
Yes, there are some guys that are gold diggers.
What?
Okay, let's for example, you meet a girl, you see the girl, you're asking her, fine girl. Do you live alone? Like that kind of thing. And the girl now tells you, yes, I live alone. You be like, I would like to visit you. You cook for me. I would like to spend come around to spend why would you? Why would you go stay with a lady? Why in the world would you talk about instead of telling the girl, how am I gonna help you in paying your rent? You're telling you're telling her stay with her, moving with her.
I can go rent. But we're talking about something. The way you used to put ball, where I can't keep it. We are moving from gold digger to rent. Okay, what did the guy now?
The same thing now. It's easy to say, baby girl, how much is your rent?
First of all,
how have you been managing?
Baby girl.
How have you been managing? Like that kind of thing. But instead, you're telling the girl if you can come in and stay with her, if you can move in with her.
Who's saying that? Is that a boy?
It's a guy, a boy. I can't see every man doing that.
That's not a man. Yeah. Well, of course, you know that. Well, you know that these things are dynamic.
I found that.
They are dynamic.
Yeah.
When, for instance, if they are about to marry, if they are seriously in love and they want to marry, I've read a situation on X where the girl was kind of, the girl had a house, had an apartment, and the guy just had a room. Now the girl had to tell the guy, I always want the girl. In my shoe, if I was in the shoe, I would always be the one. The girl would always be the one to ask, because I would want to be where I am while I'm making progress. Do you get? Now the girl now had to ask the guy, please, can you rent your house out, move your things to my house? Yeah, can you do that for a guy?
Tell the guy to rent. We are not married yet. We are not even planning on marrying.
Okay. No, okay, let's say you are planning on marrying or doing something.
whether we are planning on marrying each other, planning on getting married or not, I can't tell you to move in with me. You have to stay where you are until you're ready. You have your own apartment.
Okay, what if is now a case of an issue that just came up on the way, like the guy who has been making these plans, but right now he cannot continue with it, looking at the financial conditions that are attached. You know, he's promising, he's making a lot of great gains now, but he cannot, like at the neck of time there was a disappointment somewhere, maybe work or something. What do you think? What will you do? And you guys are about to wed, and it's just that house that is remaining, and you had the opportunity. What will you do?
You should go and stay with his friends or his family. So, doesn't he have family?
No, excuse me. When they are married, when you guys are now married, as you guys, okay, your wedding is around the corner.
Yes.
And then immediately something that happened.
God forbid, nothing will happen. But
Amen.
If that happens, you have to go stay with your male friends.
Okay. So now
I'm not okay with that. Even as a lady, I don't like encourage a lady moving in with a guy.
They are not married to bar.
Yes.
Of course, it should be the norms.
Yeah, it's not.
You know one thing where we're trying to do is that a lot of times people think cohabitation is the key.
Yeah.
While they don't know that it is mental assent that is the key. Now let's go back to that gist we're trying to take up. We are talking about Simply Thatcher. Simply Thatcher said that her man looks, there's this kind of handsomeness that exudes from her man whenever the man sends her money. Yes. Very foolish. But let's move on from that. Now, I want to ask you something.
We are continuing on Thatcher, right?
Yes, we're gonna be on Thatcher a while. But looking at Thatcher, looking at how made she is, and then someone is still sending her money. Who is sending you money? I know you didn't expect that. Who is sending you money?
Who is sending me money?
And if someone sends you money, is that person more handsome? Is that person now attractive?
Yes,
when
more
they send
attractive.
You money?
Yes.
When they send you money?
Yes.
You didn't tell me now. Now what for you?
Yes. If you send me money, I will love you the more.
You see the problem that they are having in this life.
You're ugly or
are you serious? Before I send you money, for how long?
You don't need to how long. It doesn't need to be long. You just immediately.
Okay, so how long will the loving last?
As long as the money and the gifts keep coming, I don't mind.
Excuse me, dance. So
yes, I wanted to dance. You say excuse you dance, yes, right? I've excused you, and I want you to dance.
Now I'm dancing.
Okay.
So
what are you insinuating?
Now what I'm asking is, so when I give you my card, now as the commissioner for enjoyment.
Yes. You're supposed to give me your card as a commissioner. I am meant to be enjoying. I suppose after this show I'm supposed to go out and have
fun.
Not just fun. I'm meant to receive drinks, cold drinks.
No. Let me ask you something. Cold
something
drinks.
Nice.
Young people. We are more than I should speed. Now, I'm asking, why will someone giving you money make it more attractive?
Because it lights up. Bible. Let me tell you something. Okay, let's say you're in a bad mood.
In Isaiah.
Let me tell you something. You're in a bad mood, and someone sent you money. And let's say you actually need that money. That's the reason why you're in a bad mood. And someone just sent you money. Aren't you meant to be happy? Won't you see the person as beautiful? Won't you see the person as
it's not even Bible that said this. It's the song in the Bible. It's Chinyeru. Sorry. It is Gozi Okeke that
said. Love the sitter. When the money enter, love the sitter.
Is it Choma Jesus that sang that one? Call Choma Jesus.
Davido Jesus.
Davido Jesus.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that guy. I didn't know. So who now sang Dangote? I think is which artist sang Dangote? Portable sang Dangote. Yes. You see now, we're just talking about great things. but look at it. I understand that particular thing that you are in need and you want someone to give you money. Or maybe a man, your guy can just send you money and all.
Because you know why I would see the person as handsome, okay, and Odogu, or attractive, because this person thought of it. It means that the person is thinking about me. That I need this money.
Are you serious?
Yes, I need it. Even without asking, he does it. What I like about me is that I don't like to ask for something. I like someone doing it for me.
Don't tell me on time now.
Also, without me asking, because I don't know how to ask for something. I like you doing it without you being thoughtful. My babe needs this. Okay, let me wire her account. Why would I see you as a handsome man? I see you as a
I didn't know, because but now I'm asking you. That's what Simply Tasha said, and she said.
He said when her man sends her money,
the man glows. He looks very
exactly. He glows even in the dark.
Hey.
Yes. Gorilla. He said he used that money,
and he will glow.
He's handsome.
You are not serious. But now let's move on to this, because we're talking about how people should actually be, and we've learned some lessons. Cohabitation is a no. And now, what is it for you apart from money? What is it for you in someone apart from money? Like, what do you see? You say, this guy is spot on. Apart from money. And what is it for me apart from looks? Because we guys, we are not doing anything with any girl's money. As the commissioner, do you expect a commissioner as big as I am to be doing anything with it?
No, not at all.
Do you get? Commissioner is...
You are meant to be the one giving.
Do you get? Odogu no...
Yeah.
See, in my Odogu, you don't do paranam. The paranam is convoy.
Yeah, I know.
Do you get?
And
all of them are honey ones. They will one, like my convoy is what I used to do. I sing happy birthday.
I know now.
They are 8.
Or to collect number, you have to call with Ogone. You have to buy
do re mi do. Like they know how to. Do you get? We don't do Ogone here.
I know.
Do you get? My convoy is my banana. So when I come, you know that I am here, and I don't talk much.
I know.
I just action. I'm an action man. Now I don't expect a new woman to spend. No, sorry, I expect women. But you know what I'm saying. I don't expect women's money is not the first for me.
Yeah.
It is not even her beauty. In fact, her beauty should come before her money.
Okay.
So now, what is yours?
Okay, when I just see a guy, what attracts me?
And what makes you look and say, this guy is, my days, this guy is good. I really wish I can have this kind of person. And not 1 time, 2 times, like you've been hearing this guy say or do that same particular thing, apart from gifts, because people are apart from gifts and other things. So what do you think is very nice?
Okay, he has a good character, respect,
right?
And peace.
He
gives me peace and he respects me, okay, and he makes me happy. So, like that's like peace also makes you happy.
What really would make you happy? Because I got banego now. Happiness.
When he understands me and when he vibes with me.
He
vibes with me, like I love playing.
Okay.
I love to play. I like when I'm with someone. He's a very playful person.
Yeah,
I like to. I love play, so I love it. As long as you do all this I just mentioned, I'm okay.
All right. Well, you guys have.
I know, so you have to be thoughtful. You buy me something.
So, no, I
love gifts.
No, wait, they no go play. Come thoughtful, because the thought of the guy do for play.
I love gifts.
Oh, you love gifts?
Yes.
Yeah, well, gift did not come today. That means gift is not here. but that's good. I mean, what kind of talk will that guy be talking about? Because I've seen girls say, no, I don't even mind if he tells me anything. And those girls are the kind of people that are later.
And he's neat though. He's neat. I forgot to mention that the person he has a good he knows how to dress. He dresses nice.
Now when dinner dress.
Like he dresses
but what is
and simple, not too much.
Not pink and green.
Nothing, just simple.
Pink and green is a good combination.
And he has a tattoo.
Hey, brothers, you guys are hearing her.
Black skin, like dark skin. Yes.
Are you serious? That skin tattoo no go show now.
It will show. You know that some guys with tattoo, like they are dark skin. If you do that, it's very attractive.
It's very attractive.
Yes, from afar you will look. You see it from afar. Yeah, they have.
Well, I tell them too, because one and I'm here
On Aneke TV, bringing you what's happening in entertainment, and I'm doing this today with the pretty ma. This is the pretty ma. On 14th, I'm talking about 13th, of course. 13th of this month, you're gonna have it exquisitely fun. It's gonna happen here live and direct, and I'm promising you that you have to hang on and see. I'm gonna show you the flyer just in a moment. When I'm done with the show, I'm gonna show you that we have a Valentine rave. It's gonna be massive, bro. We are gonna have Mr. West, we're gonna have Mazu Wanila, we're gonna have NGNG, and we're gonna have the commissioner. We are here to destroy and to build, because that day is a love day, it's a love story day, and I want to invite you. In case you are there, you're just gonna watch us, and if there is a case and there is an opportunity, we can bring you all it takes and all it is, so that you will know that we are ready for you. And I'm not doing this alone. I did this with the one and only Ma, we love you so much.
I love you guys too. Thank you all for having me here today once again. I really do enjoy the show, and I hope you guys enjoyed it too, because I did.
Yes.
Okay. See some other time.
Yes. All right. Have a wonderful time. See you again on Monday. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank God it's Friday. Bye.
Peace is not passive. It is built. It grows through tolerance, justice, and mutual respect. Without peace, development is a dream. We all play a role, from homes to nations, choosing peace in our actions and words can transform the world. Be a peacemaker.
The Southeast has seen major political shifts in recent years, from infrastructure drives to security reforms and economic policies. But the big question Nigerians are asking on the street today is simple. Who is really delivering? We are taking this conversation directly to the people.
My best knowledge and understanding, and what I have seen and experienced, is that the best governor I know now is Governor Alex Oti. I have traveled to other states. I have seen the good work the man is doing. He's doing many things. That's why I'm saying that Abia State, Governor Alex Oti is the best governor so far for Southeast.
I've not been to Abia State, but they say that Governor Oti is doing very well. But here in Enugu State, where I am now, I'm talking to you. I think if I'm asked to rate, I will rate our governor as the best governor in the Southeast. Dr. Peter Mba. If you look at the transformation agenda of what I've been doing here, you see that within the space of 2.5 years, Enugu State have been transformed to what we don't know now. Economically, socially, security-wise, and every other thing. I think I can rate him 85%.
Mba is doing his best. Soludo is doing his best. I get it. When it comes to structure, Mba is doing better than others. I'm a civil servant. It's not owing the salaries of civil servants, even the retirees, is paying them before those in service now. You pay the retirees before paying those in service. The kind of structure is doing better than the past governors.
So far, it depends on the view we're looking at. So in my own view, I feel Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has been the standout governor so far. Being a first-time governor, and considering the developments he's been doing in Abia State so far, considering the damages that has been done for the past 16 years in Abia State, and what he has achieved so far, feel he's really doing well compared to the other governors. In terms of infrastructure development, we've seen a rise in Abia State. That's one. Then in terms of payment of pensions, we've seen big development as well. Then in terms of education as well, we've seen big development. So then in terms of security, we've seen big developments compared to what used to be in Abia State before.
By my rating, the governor of Enugu State, His Excellency Dr. Peter is the first governor in Southeast and in terms of infrastructure, he has been doing very well. In terms of education, he has been doing very well. Smart schools everywhere in the 240 or 260 political in Enugu State. The governor have done smart school there. The health sector, the 260 wards have also type C health center, that's the hospital that the governor is doing. You can see all over the governor is doing roads, that's the infrastructure everywhere, trying to beautify it. And you can see, for past a year plus now, the state is very, very beautiful, and the governor of the Enugu State.
From roads to security, from education to economic reforms, opinions clearly differ. But one thing is certain: the people are watching, assessing, and demanding results. This is your voice, your verdict, and your democracy. Keep the conversation going. Subscribe, comment, and tell us who you think deserve the crown. Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.